Good morning. My name is Garrett Sheehan, and welcome to the Big Connect presented by Comcast Business. Day 2. We'll get started in just a moment. And good morning, everyone, and welcome again to the Big Connect presented by Comcast Business. This year, a 4-day virtual business-to-business expo. We appreciate you joining us today. We have another great lineup of speakers. Yesterday was a great day as well. And we want to make sure you take advantage of all of the opportunities on the Whova app. You can go on there, connect with other attendees. Please visit the exhibitors. You can interact with our speakers as well. So lots of opportunities. If you're having any troubles with it, please reach out to us. We can troubleshoot that, but very easy to use once you start navigating around. So please take advantage of using our conference app. I want to thank all of our investors here in the chamber who have allowed us to put on not only this event, but so many other programs over the last several months, and also all of our principal investors. We really could not do it without the support of our businesses helping us through this difficult time. And so we appreciate your support. And that's allowed us to help so many other small businesses that are out there. Today, we have a great lineup again, as I mentioned, our sponsors, Comcast Business, Southern Connecticut State University, who will be presenting our first speaker, our keynote speaker for the morning, Toby Corey, and then KeyBank, who is presenting our Women's Power Panel. Also, Latinas and Power Corporation, the HR Source, La Voz Hispana, and WTNH News 8. Our media sponsors as well, they've helped get the word out to everyone about the Big Connect going on this year, going on virtually for 4 days. Now, as we've been telling you, we do have an opportunity to win a prize package at Foxwoods Resort Casino. Now, to be able to get the prize, there's a few steps, and it's not that difficult, but what you have to do is go to one of our vendor booths, and you have to do all 3 of these things here: claim a deal, post a comment, and like a booth. And every time you do that at one of our exhibitors, that's going to enter you into the grand prize drawing for the Foxwoods Resort Casino room giveaway, dinner, and free passes to the race karting. So go around. It's something you should be doing anyways. Go visit the booths. But if you do those 3 pieces, again, claim a deal or offering, post a comment, and like a booth, you will then be entered. And so you can do that many times. Go to all of our booths and take advantage of that. I also want to mention, we do have the Zoom Lounge networking room presented by the Energy Efficiency Programs at Southern Connecticut Gas and UI. That's a place where you can network. Also, some of our speakers are shifting over there after they finish talking. And so you can follow them over to continue the conversation, talk to them briefly at the end of their speaking program. But we also have dedicated networking time that will be going on over there in the Zoom Lounge networking room. So it's 8:50, and at 8:50 each morning, we are doing Start with Art. And this morning, we want to introduce you to Christian Sands, a Grammy-nominated jazz pianist, and his jazz album, Be Water. Let's start with art.
I am Christian Sands, and today I'm talking about my love for New Haven, Connecticut. It's such a special place. It was a great place to grow up in the 90s. Creatively, there were so many things going on, from the Arts and Ideas Fest to the New Haven Jazz Festival, the Gospel Festivals, the Duke Ellington series presented by Willie Ruff at Yale. That was actually the first time I ever saw a jazz concert. I believe was Clark Terry and Frank West at Sprague Hall. It was the first place I ever performed, was Sprague Hall. New Haven is just a special place. It's an amazing place. I first learned how to hear music and resonate with it at church, at Varick AME Zion Church. And I was a part of the choir. I was a part of the youth programs there. My mother was a part of the youth programs there. She was helping direct and just take care of the kids. And the community of New Haven was such a special thing that I still continue to bring with me wherever I go. New Haven's my backbone. New Haven's the place where I learned how to do what I do. Going to neighborhood music school, I think from age 4 to 18, studying with different teachers, Rex Cadwallader, learning and playing with the musicians there, Jeff Fuller, Tony Lambardozzi, Ed Zircone, Jesse Hameen II. There's so many musicians there that have helped me along this way, not only just in the classroom, but also performing too. I mean, the first gigs I had was performing with them. The first time I ever played on stage was with Jeff Fuller, doing a Harold Arlen tribute at Sprague Hall. New Haven's a special place. It's an amazing place, full of art, full of love, full of family. My father's from there. His father's from there. So New Haven's in my blood.
And we have more to come from Christian. Just stand by. We're going to hear some music from Christian in just a moment. And while we wait for the video, just great to hear again that Christian's from New Haven. Here he is.
So I want to present to you a song from a recent performance at the famous Keystone Corner in Baltimore. We just recently played there a few weeks ago. And this features two incredible musicians, Yasushi Nakamura on the bass and my brother, Ryan Sands, on drums. This is not an original composition, but it's something that I resonate with a lot. This is a song by the power group Blind Faith, and it's called Can't Find My Way Home.
And here comes his music. Well, that was great. And thank you to Christian Sands, really incredible artist. And again, from right here in New Haven. And every morning we're starting with art because art is such an integral part of New Haven and our region and what makes this place great. So look back in tomorrow morning at 8:50 a.m. and we will start with art again. And now we're ready to get going with the rest of our speakers for the day. We have a great lineup, as I mentioned, our Women's Power panel, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion panel, and then also how to help your small business on the strategic planning side. But before we get started, I want to start with Comcast Business because they are our presenting sponsor for the Big Connect. And we're joined this morning by Paul Savas, Vice President for the Western New England region. And Paul's going to help us get started. And also, we have our keynote speaker coming up in a moment. Paul, good to see you again this morning.
Garrett, great to see you as well. And once again, we're thrilled to be part of the Greater New Haven Chamber's Big Connect. Such a wonderful event. And I know there's a ton of excellent value extracted on the first day. We see ourselves as a huge innovator, of course, in the business technology space, from groundbreaking, internet speeds, symmetrical speeds for small businesses, giving maximum upload and download bandwidth speeds, but also through our entire suite of products, whether it be surveillance, Wi-Fi, Security Edge, which is a fantastic security product for small businesses, and Connection Pro, which is a 4G LTE backup. That comes all on the hands of our great technologists and innovators that we have around the country, in Philadelphia at our technology center and out on the West Coast as well. So we're really thrilled to be able to offer such fantastic solutions for all of our customers. And thank you yesterday for the shameless plug as to how we provide the services for you there at the Chamber. We're really thrilled to be the presenting sponsor, not only of the event, but of this morning's speaker, just for the great things that Toby Corey has been involved with in the world of innovation. So I'm really excited to see what his presentation is all about. And thanks again for the opportunity to serve the Chamber, Garrett.
Great, thanks, Paul. We appreciate it. And as you said, thank you for also sponsoring Toby here. It's so in line with what we think of when we think of Comcast Business and high technology. Now I'm going to turn things over to Dean Ellen Durnan. She's with Southern Connecticut State University, and she is the Dean of the School of Business. Good morning, Dean Durnan, and please help us introduce Toby this morning.
Good morning, Garrett. And first, let me say what a great job I think you and your team are doing with the Big Connect in this virtual format. I don't feel as if I'm missing anything, and I actually feel like I'm experiencing so many other new things. So shout out to everybody at the Chamber. So this morning, it's my pleasure to introduce Toby Corey, a wildly successful alumnus of Southern School of Business. Toby Corey is the former president of Tesla, former president of Global Field Operations, and former chief revenue officer at Solar City, which merged into Tesla a few years ago. He successfully managed 3 $1 billion businesses, 2 successful IPOs, raised over $300 million in private and public financing, and managed a 7,000 plus employee organization operating globally. Toby currently sits on a number of corporate and advisory boards, and he has lectured at Stanford University for over 10 years. Toby believes deeply in customer-centric big idea thinking and is currently focused on transforming college entrepreneurship. He co-founded Get Virtual, a nonprofit that matches up college students with small businesses interested in developing their website and social media presence. This has become particularly relevant during the pandemic, where it is imperative for organizations to develop ways to pivot from being just a brick and mortars institution and providing new ways of engaging their customers in new experiences. Southern is proud to partner with Toby and Get Virtual as their East Coast anchor. And we are developing a program in January where we will deliver Get Virtual. Please reach out to us if you want to know more about it. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker this morning, Toby Corey.
Thank you so much, Ellen. I want to start out by thanking Ellen and Southern Connecticut State University. I want to thank the greater Garrett and the Chamber, and I want to thank Paul at Comcast. And I want to welcome all the participants on today's call. It feels very nostalgic to be on this call, even though I moved out to California in 1988. So let me tee up my presentation here, and we'll get things kicked off. Let's see here. So my talk today is really focused on the lost art of creativity. And I have really just 2 goals for today's talk this morning. Number 1 is to get you to think about yourself and the world differently. So I'm going to introduce some new concepts that I think apply both to potentially some valuable information about how to navigate through the pandemic and how to set yourself up to thrive in what a new world looks like in the 21st century. And I'm also going to get fairly tactical. Ellen teed up Get Virtual. It's an exciting new entrepreneurship program. So I'm going to go over that and share the nuts and bolts with you. Before I get started in today's presentation, I want to share a great story with everyone on today's Zoom call. It was not that long ago that I recall being a senior in high school. And initially, I wanted to go to school in Boston. Thought it was a great town. And for whatever reason, as I started looking at colleges, my parents sat down with me and said, "Hey, look, Toby, unfortunately, you've got 2 younger brothers and, money's kind of tight. So why don't you go to a state school for 2 years and then you can transfer over to Boston." And as I started looking at opportunities, fate must have played an important role. I looked at the course catalog and got excited about Southern Connecticut State University for a number of reasons. I noticed that they had a computer science program, and I knew nothing about that at the time in 1979, and applied, got in. I also wrestled in high school. They had a wrestling program back then, and was an economics major in the business school. And it was my junior year where I took a Fortran programming course with Professor Workman. That just completely changed my life and changed the trajectory of who I would become and where I would be headed. At the time, I was so excited with technology. I had no idea where it was going to go and how it was going to impact my life. But it turned out that the universe was talking to me in a really special way. And that really set me off on an incredible trajectory and opportunity. So let me start out with a really interesting quote by a famous Chinese philosopher, Lao Tzu. And if you do not change direction, you may end up where you're headed. And I think I would challenge everyone on today's call to think about yourself and your life and your business. Are you just going through the motions? Or are you thinking strategically about where to take your business, how to accomplish your goals and your objectives, how to create the best version of yourself? And we find ourselves living in very interesting time. I would contend that we live in probably the most noisiest and distracted era of all of humanity. And just start thinking about your day. How much of it is consumed by noise, pure noise? Our politics have become heightened and divided, and it's incredibly disturbing time. How much time are you spending funneling through Facebook or Twitter, or needlessly, mindlessly activities that are consuming your most precious resource, which is your time? So as I began today's presentation, I really want everyone to sort of, I want to introduce some new thinking, some new concepts, and that's my only goal here today. So a little bit more detail on my background. Ellen did such a great job of teeing that up, but I've had the opportunity in the mid-90s to create my own company. It was at the time we built the world's largest web development company when the internet was just invented. Built that to 5,000 employees operating in 17 countries around the world. We're the largest web developer working for half the Fortune 500 companies, the likes of Apple Computer and Ford Motor Company and American Express and eBay and others. And it was an amazing time, and got to retire really early in life. And what I found was that I'm a restless soul, and quickly became bored with my life, and wanted to figure out ways to really give back. And this is going to tee up some kind of deeper philosophical thinking as I get through the presentation. As Ellen said, I had the opportunity to go through my second IPO at Solar City in 2012. And orchestrated the merger with Tesla, where I headed up the energy group there. I'm going on my 11th year teaching 2 entrepreneurship courses at Stanford, entrepreneur thought leadership and the spirit of entrepreneurship. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about this concept of Zentrepreneur life as we get through today's talk. And I think to tee things up in the right light, I've been really struggling with, why we're here, where we're going, what is our purpose in life, some really deep philosophical questions. And that's quite funny because there are 2 subjects that I absolutely hated in school. I hated science, particularly physics and chemistry, and I hated philosophy. They just made no sense to me. And I've reoriented myself around looking at these new areas and really been expanding myself. But I think at a fundamental level, the core question for me as I've sort of looked at my life and looked at the world and started doing some research and what humanity looks like today, I've come to this fundamental point of view that I believe as being this, the most, as far as I know, and far as we know, the most powerful, most advanced species on this planet. And with that comes, I think, a deep sense of responsibility and a deep sense of purpose. And the question I think we should all ask ourselves is, are we leaving behind more opportunities? Are we leaving behind more problems for future generations? And unfortunately, I've come to the conclusion that current course and speed, we're leaving behind more problems. And I think as I look at humanity, and I think the way the world's set up today is that these structures and institutions and paradigms are really set up to benefit very few people. And I think with the shape of politics and being incredibly divided, being it bought and paid for, I'm a big believer in free markets, but I think our economy can work for more people, can work for all people. I think looking at some of the racial issues that we're faced with right now, criminal justice reform, the list just goes on and on. So on one hand, you might say, wow, it's a pretty depressing world out there. However, I've spent the last decade working and teaching Generation Z and being an entrepreneur myself and connecting with other entrepreneurs, both with small, medium, and large businesses. It gives me great hope that this mindset and this type of thinking are poised to tackle some of our most vexing challenges. And I think setting up a new structure where more people can benefit from the world. So let's dig into that a little bit. So as I said, I think we're really at a really unique moment in time. We're at a crossroads. Where are we going to continue down the path of creating more problems for future generations to come? Or is there an opportunity to see the world differently? And I think that really all starts with pure mindset. And, being a product of Southern Connecticut State University, and I, received so much value in my time in New Haven, Connecticut. I live here now in Santa Cruz, California. And the 2 areas remind me they're very similar in having a kind of a nonconformist attitude, thinking differently, and not following the status quo. And I think that we have that opportunity as we're poised to look at the 21st century unfolding. We're faced with many, many challenges. The pandemic being front and center, it's impacted many businesses, especially disproportionately small businesses. We're obviously not through the woods yet. There's hope that a vaccine can be developed in short order, and we can work our way through that. But despite some of the challenges and extreme pressure and anxiety that I think probably most people on this call are going, where there's challenges presents also great opportunities. So I'm going to lay some of that groundwork out for everyone on today's call today. So this next slide, I think, tees up a way of looking at the world in that, and I would challenge everyone on this call in thinking through how much of your day is different. Do you find yourself doing the same things day in and day out, the same pattern, same activities, meeting with the same people? And I think that's really been the root of where we are today, and also teeing up the opportunity in that society has got very powerful gravitational forces that really strive for conformity. And unfortunately, this has really benefited very few institutions and paradigms. And we all sort of fall into this time, and we lose what I think is our greatest special skill, which we're born with this infinite ability to create. As I thought about how to challenge this, one of, I think, the most powerful ways to tackle this situation is really through entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship is just a code word for problem solving. It's a code word for innovation. It's a code word for disruption. And I think that as I've sort of thought about some of these larger scale issues and looked at the most valuable resource that we all have, and that's our time, right? If you get in a car accident, you can take your car to the repair shop and get that fixed. If you break your mobile phone, you can take that in and upgrade the model and get a newer one. Or if you rip your jeans, you can get them fixed, or maybe having ripped jeans is really cool. But time you never get back. It's finite. There's a beginning and a middle and end to this human existence that we're all living right now. And we spend a third of that sleeping and a third of that working. And that leaves only a small time. On average, we live about 78 years. And where is that other third of your time spent? And think about that for a second. How much time are you spending exploring your boundaries, expanding, thinking about creating a better version of yourself? What kind of contributions do you want to make to society? And, you know, I grew up in the 80s, and that was sort of the heyday for, you know, kind of the Wolf of Wall Street. You know, growing up as an East Coast boy, the world at that time in the 80s when I was beginning my career was really all about looking at these executives at the corporations that I worked with and wanting a corner office and wanting to drive the Mercedes-Benz or the BMW into the executive parking lot, and looking at their homes in Avon and other affluent areas, and how many homes can you acquire and how many material things can you acquire in life. And I've come to learn over time that that really is not that important in life. Certainly having a good standard of living is really critical. But at the same time, the material things that you acquire in your life, you don't take them with you. Whatever happens beyond this life existence, the only thing that stays with you is your reputation. What did you represent? What kind of lives did you impact? How did you impact the world? What contributions did you make to society? And that's the kind of challenge and thinking that I really want to explore and discuss with everyone on today's call. And as I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, we are born with this infinite, incredible superpower. We're all born with infinite creativity. And over time, like anything else, if you don't use some of the talents and skills that you have, they atrophy over time, right? And for those of you that are either athletes or former artists or musicians, if you stop practicing and stop developing your craft or your trade, over time, your ability diminishes over time. And the same thing really happens with this infinite ability to create. Over time, we end up losing that incredible skill. And there's actually some science that I'm going to review with you that shows this off in spades. And I think another way to sort of illustrate this point, I've got a 2.5-year-old grandson. He's amazing. And every time I sit down with him and, believe it or not, have a conversation with a 2.5-year-old, I look into his eyes and all I see is wonderment. I see infinite possibilities. The questions that he asks me are so unbelievable and so right, with just an unbelievable way to think about the world. And over time, as we begin to conform, we lose all this superpower and all this great creativity that we are born with. We lose this all over time. So let's talk a little bit about this concept of neuroplasticity, which is really at the root of creativity. And what we know, there's very little we know about the human brain. We have no idea where consciousness exists. We have no idea where thought exists right now. But we do know that this concept of neuroplasticity makes up really the size and plasticity of all of our neural networks. And I had the opportunity while teaching at Stanford to bring in a Dr. Eagleman, a world famous neuroscientist. And he was talking to our class, and we were talking about creativity. And he cited this survey that was done some time ago where they did a functional MRI scan of 2-year-olds to really measure their neuroplasticity, which really comprised of how expansive is your neural network, which is really looking at the number of synapses and the number of neurons and how active those are in your brain through electrochemical signals and the size of that network. And then they re-imaged the same study group 25 years later, so at 27 years old. 25% of that neuroplasticity had eroded in 25 years' time in 100% of the study's participants. And then they re-imaged them again in another 25 years. So these individuals there at 62 years old, and another 25% of that neuroplasticity had eroded over time because you're not using it. You fall into a very similar pattern of doing the same thing day in and day out. And all this magic and this power that you're born with, you lose that and largely become a cog in a society that allows you to go through life with very little creativity. And creativity is absolutely paramount to success in business. I had the opportunity to work with perhaps one of the greatest entrepreneurs of my time, and Elon Musk, and looking about how he thinks about the world, how he draws on this incredible creative power. And it's quite different from your normal everyday person. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So as I said, what ends up happening with all things in life, you end up losing that power and that capability if you don't lose that. So if your world becomes very, very narrow and you end up doing the same thing day in and day out, what ends up happening, think about like a groove. And as that groove gets deeper and deeper, as you end up doing the same things day in and day out, then those grooves become really harder and harder and much more ingrained and become the form of your personality, become the form of your thinking. And there's very little room for creativity. And creativity is best really defined in thinking about sheer number of data points. So if you have very little data points in your life, then you're really constraining your creative capability versus thinking about the world differently and how to really expand from a creative standpoint is really, really vital. And that's what really separates great companies and thriving businesses from those that become suspect to too much competition or become imperiled by some of the activities like the pandemic that are really outside of their control. And that's that opportunity, despite some of the disadvantages that small business have around not being able to raise the kind of money that maybe an exciting new venture out of Silicon Valley could raise. But you've got really every tool and every opportunity in front of you to transform your business, to create a more compelling customer experience, to think about your business in a very, very different way. And who would have thought a guy like Elon Musk could completely transform the transportation industry, the auto industry, the semi-truck industry, could go on to transform energy. These are very entrenched businesses, and he's transforming them in fundamental ways with a lot of social value behind those. And that really starts and ends with this concept of creativity and creative thinking. Another famous quote that I picked up a while back was Jeff Bezos when he talks about creative brainstorming meetings. And he uses this quote of keep your childlike sense of wonder. And really what that means is he literally orients himself around thinking more in his younger version of himself, where there are no boundaries. You haven't been indoctrinated into a way of thinking. And this unbounded creativity really exists so that there really, there's no boundaries. It's not thinking about, if you're thinking about the transportation industry, would it be about building a better car, right? That's not how Elon thought about transforming the transportation industry. It was really all about transforming the driving experience. And back in the day when Henry Ford started Ford Motor Company, he said if he wanted to improve transportation, he would have figured out a way to build or genetically engineer better horses. So it was really all about really innovative thinking, out of the box thinking. And who would have thought that he would have been able to shake up the auto industry like he's done, and also the energy industry, which is going through another massive disruption and paradigm shift. So we're going to really spend some time really talking about how do you do that? What does that really mean? Give me some sort of practical advice on that concept, Toby. So before I do that, I want to add some additional science into your thinking today of really where this creativity comes from and why we lose it over time. So largely there are 5 different types of brain wave activity. So at the core, we all go through and have what are called delta brain waves. And this really happens during really, really deep sleep when we're not dreaming. We have a time to really shut down our bodies, rejuvenate. Getting enough sleep is a critical aspect of leading a healthy lifestyle. And part of being able to generate these delta waves provide enormous benefits that science is just really learning about the benefits of that. But we all go through these delta brain waves during deep sleep. The next sort of brainwave, and you can see the shape of those brainwaves. And the next phase is really theta brainwaves, which is really happens during kind of drowsy. We're beginning to drift down into sleep, REM sleep, and things are beginning to really slow down into that state. Again, very therapeutic and very healthy. The brainwave activity that most of us spend during our waking hours is called a beta brainwave. And this is where we're really, really busy. We're very, very engaged in activities and conversation. And we all go through this for the majority of our time. The downside of this is it's hard to focus. It's hard to get into a deep line of thought during brainwave activity because most of us in today's day and age are really thinking that we could multitask. Ask yourself how many times you're on a phone call or you're doing email or you're checking your social media and all these activities and different windows that you have open on your laptop. That's a good classic example of beta waves. Or you're taking the kids to school or a soccer practice, you're thinking about grocery shopping, and most of us spend a lot of time during this beta wave activity. And as a matter of fact, I bet you'd be surprised to know, I'll quote another science study, that on average, how many people in the United States really have the brain capacity to multitask, actually multitask, do several things at one time? And I'll give you the answer to that question. It's actually 2.5% actually have time to multitask. So that means that 97.5% really are faking it. You don't have that capacity. And when you're in this beta phase, it's impossible to think creatively. And a lot of life just goes into this sort of run-of-the-mill, same activities, and we find ourselves mainly in this beta phase. So thinking about how do we generate and get out of that phase. So there's 2 other important brainwave activities that are critical to creative thinking, that are critical to expanding thought, that are critical to thinking about how to run your business to be more innovative, be more creative. And those are really 2 other phases. One is called an alpha. And this is a very relaxed deepening into activities that many of you probably can associate with. Meditation is a really good example of that. Perhaps a walk in nature, a walk on the beach, a walk on the lake, spending time by yourself, perhaps reading poetry. And many of us are beginning to understand there's real health benefits to that in terms of what's called your somatic intelligence. And you've got all of this intelligence that is happening in your body and don't even know it's happening. You're not telling yourself to breathe. You're not telling your heart to pump blood through your system. You're not telling your body how to generate enzymes or other hormones or how to digest food. All that's happening magically. And when you can orient yourself around a much slower brainwave activity, all that works better. We're just learning the therapeutic health benefits of that. And then there's another very special brainwave activity where a lot of creativity exists. These are called gamma waves. And despite a interesting systematic brainwave activity, this is really the heart of creativity. And in Hinduism, there's this term is called samadhi, where you get yourself into a very, very deep trance where although you look relaxed, your brain activity is operating at its peak performance. That neuroplasticity enters into its highest state and reconnecting and thinking about the world differently. And as a matter of fact, there's some interesting studies going around now about the health benefits of psychedelic drugs, magic mushrooms, LSD and other, and the brainwave activity that can generate. They're showing really incredible health benefits around folks that are suffering from depression, post-traumatic stress disorder. But this is really sort of at the core of it, where all of us spend this time in this beta phase where there's zero creativity. You're literally going through the motions of life and throwing away this incredible superpower that you have. So let's explore this in a little bit more detail. So I myself have sort of worked through, and again, this is not designed to tell you you should do A, B, or C. It's really all about hopefully introducing some different ways to think about, as I said at the top of my presentation, think about yourself, who you are, where you're going, why you're here, and some of the more important things that are critical to your life about the business that you're running, the place that you might be working. And this framework is really what I've sort of been working with and how I sort of think about my life and really expanding and tapping into this infinite creativity and this infinite source of thinking that we all have and we're all born with. So across that x-axis down there is this concept called consciousness. And I could literally do a 2-hour lecture just on consciousness alone. So I'll try and kind of hit the high points to this. Consciousness is a phenomenon known as really when you're able to connect with something much deeper than your sort of senses and your physical self. We have this concept called an ego that preoccupies most of our life, that it gets very animated. And we've seen that happen and play out through this election cycle, where the noise level and the ego is like, I got to get my point in. All of the worrying about the past and things that you may have done and regrets that you're carrying, thinking about the future and all the problems that might come up, many of these things that are very much outside of your control. That's the ego's sense of really wanting to control things. And then when you're staying in that sort of beta wave construct, consciousness is an entirely different concept. It's connecting something that's much more mysterious. That's really where the true self exists. That essence or soul or whatever you want to call that doesn't live in space-time. It doesn't age. And when you have that opportunity to connect with this, the world looks very, very different. You find concepts of love, you find concepts of compassion, you find concepts of humanity that exists there. You find concepts of boundless thinking, you find concepts of oneness, of connecting and seeing how we really are all connected, connected to the universe, connected to all the natural beauty and nature of planet Earth. And there are many techniques and ways to connect with this. And that allows us to get into both this alpha in this gamma thinking, meditation, yoga, art, writing poetry. Those are all things that I practice on a very, very regular basis and look for ways to, how do I explore that and expand across this consciousness spectrum? So that occupies a fair amount of my thinking and the way that I connect with myself, the way that I connect with how I think about the world, the types of things that I want to accomplish in my life. But that concept is very, very powerful. It's very, very mysterious. And as I said, there could be so much more, a whole different presentation I could talk about that. I mentioned at the top of the show that I also really hated science in particular physics. And I've been reorienting myself around this concept called quantum mechanics. And this is an area where science happens at the subatomic level, and where there's a concept called superposition, where particles can actually be in two different states at the same time. Schrodinger's experiment, for example. These also particles can fluctuate between being a particle, matter, and being a wave, energy. There's also concepts of what are called entanglement, where a particle could be impacted and then impact a particle in an entirely different location with no idea how those two particles are impacted. Concepts of string theory, of multiple universes, and concepts of unified field theory, which surmises about where consciousness really, really exists. So much more exotic field. As I said, I could go on and on about that, but I wanted to introduce kind of the basic side of the importance of thinking about consciousness for yourself, because it really is the root of creativity. It really is the root of looking at how these major challenges that you're all facing can be converted into massive opportunities. The next spectrum is really along that, let's see here, the y-axis, which is wisdom, and how we can really expand. And I look at sort of two areas where I expand from the standpoint of how I gather information. And that's one in where I read, where I choose to focus my time. Remember I said time is very finite. Wisdom's an area of like, who am I meeting? I'm always looking to expand. I want to connect with people that are thinking about the world differently, that can introduce new concepts and new thinking to me. So instead of staying in the same swim lane, that's a lot what social media does. Matter of fact, if you do an experiment on LinkedIn and you start requesting people, and if enough of those people that you requested as a LinkedIn friend say they don't know you, you're actually going to get a warning message from LinkedIn saying only connect with people that you know. That's ludicrous. Why would you want to keep connecting with people that you know, that keep thinking the same way that you do? That's not how you expand. That's not how you create the best version of yourself. So it's really all about, I look at the types of things that I'm reading, the kind of people that I'm connecting with, and how do I really expand my thinking along the line? Because remember, creativity is all about introducing new data points into your neuroplasticity. And then of course, the Z-axis is really action. That's like, where am I applying my time? Where am I focusing that time and energy on using this creative power that I have? So that's just a kind of what I call a framework for creativity, a model that I sort of use in looking at how I tap into this infinite sort of creative superpowers that we're all born with. So with that, I look at my life through two sets of lenses. There's a tactical set, which is really, we're living in these times where most of society is set up to benefit very few. At the same time, we have to do our part. We have to be activists. We have to vote. We have to focus on what's right. And then there's that strategic side, which is kind of a game of chess. And if you haven't seen The Queen's Gambit, I'm going to make a plug for that. Go out and check that movie out. But it's really all about how do we change the playing field? And that's where I really believe entrepreneurship and creativity is the heart of tackling our most vexing problems and adding more firepower and creativity into a new generation of leaders and thought leadership. So there's a concept that I call, which is Zentrepreneur Life, but there's, I have a short video that I want to play that will introduce these concepts to everyone on today's call.
Hey, Toby, I don't know if there's audio on this. We're not hearing the audio.
Oh, you're not hearing the audio?
Yeah, maybe if the on the share screen, if
Sorry
you
about that.
stop share and reshare
The video not play?
the video played, just the audio didn't come through.
Got
And
it.
I know there's that checkbox that you can click share computer audio when you go to share.
So let's see here.
Maybe stop share and then reshare and click that.
Okay, let me try that again. Sorry about that, folks. Let's share my screen. Let's see. Audio coming?
Nope.
Okay, folks. Well, I'll have to resend that cool video. Link, I'll throw that in the chat. Sorry you missed that. Okay, so anyway, unfortunately you didn't hear that, but I'll share the video link in the chat session. But there's really three critical takeaways that I'd like everyone to walk with. And many of my students always ask for advice, and I get to speak to a lot of at colleges and universities. And there's really three of the most important pieces of advice that I'll share with this group here. So the first and most important is to be intellectually curious. Never stop learning. Never believe that you can stop learning. So as I laid out that, creativity for good framework to you, this is the core tenet of that. What are you reading? Who are you connecting with? Are you expanding your boundaries? Or are you literally staying in the same swim lane day in and day out? So be intellectually curious, and that can manifest itself in so many different ways and so many different levels. The second one is what I call be a creator. And this is what really separates people that are successful from those that aren't. As a matter of fact, being successful in life has nothing to do with your IQ or your EQ or who you are. It's really all about being a doer rather than a talker. So if you're talking about, I want to do this or I want to do that, or actually, are you a creator? Are you producing? Are you experimenting? Are you failing? Because failing is just a code word for learning. So be a creator, put yourself out there. And lastly, I think we have an amazing opportunity. I think that both these entrepreneurs on the call, students in Generation Z, we are living in unprecedented times where I think altruism has an opportunity to really rise, where instead of focusing on yourself or a few people, we have the opportunity to raise the tide, right? And all tides raise all boats. And my final thought on this whole sort of philosophical side of my presentation today is that, I find myself as well dealing with lots of issues, many of those that are thrown into my lap and don't have any control over that. I can either choose to fight those, and it's similar to if you've ever swam in a lake or a river in the ocean and you're in a very strong current, swimming against that current, you're going to get tired very quickly and you're not really going to get to where you want to get to. And there's always a flow. If you're creative enough and think about that, there's always a time to find that flow in life. And I would encourage all of you to find that flow. So with that, I've got a few more minutes before I want to open it up for Q&A. I want to introduce an exciting new program for everyone on this call, whether you're running a business or an entrepreneur, or you're a student, or you want to be a volunteer, someone that may want to think about changing careers and getting into yourself set up for potentially a great career in the gig economy. There's a new concept called Get Virtual, the Spirit of Entrepreneurship. And Ellen did a good job of starting to tee this off at the beginning of today's call about what is that? So it's a college course that we developed where students learn three key areas of proficiency: how to build websites, how to build e-commerce sites, and how to provide digital marketing. And what we found is that college students are very digitally savvy. They've grown up online, they've grown up with mobile computing, they've grown up as social media experts. And there's been the rise of a new technology platform called no-code tools. These are software tools that don't require an engineer to write code. They're very, very powerful. So in the area of web development, technologies like Wix and Squarespace. In the area of e-commerce, technologies like Shopify. So what we do is we teach students a methodology, customer discovery, proposal development, project management. We teach them how to become proficient in either one or several of these key service areas. And then we pair students with small business owners to help either create or improve their online customer experiences and help them acquire customers online. So the students, what do they get out of it? They get college credit and really valuable experience, because what employers look for? They look for special students. They look for extraordinary students. They look for students that actually have some experience that they can bring to bear. And if you're just taking regular college courses, when you graduate, you're in a very, very competitive field. So this program is really designed to give them an extraordinary learning experience, give them real practical hands-on experience. And what do businesses get? They get basically free labor, or they get volunteer interns that will help develop these systems for them. It's designed really to teach these businesses how to fish. So once we've got these state-of-the-art platforms set up, they're very easy to update. So if you want to change your website, add new content, add new products to your e-commerce site, it's very, very easy to do. So students complete, as part of the course, 7 steps. There's a curriculum around skills assessment, customer discovery. They learn some internal tools that we use to communicate amongst one another. This program's all virtual. The students work together virtually. The students interact with small businesses virtually to create these systems. And then they become proficient in these client tools. They complete their first set of projects. They earn a certification. The program comes in 2 flavors. Students can individually come through in a self-paced study program where we work with them to get college credit through a field study program. Or in the case of a college like Southern Connecticut State that's adopted the program with an instructor in class, they'll be beginning to roll this program out in January. So the students receive their certification after their first project. So what's our mission? Every great endeavor needs a really great mission. So our mission is to inspire and cultivate an altruistic entrepreneurial spirit, prepare students for meaningful and successful careers, and while at the same time giving back to these small businesses that make up a critical fabric to our communities. Small businesses employ over 2/3 of all US workers. Small businesses drive 44% of our GDP, and 70% of our GDP is all consumer spending. And I think more importantly, these small businesses make up the core fabric of our community. You employ lots of people. Many of you are very philanthropic. You give back. You sponsor ballet clubs and softball teams and other really important initiatives. So ensuring that small businesses continue to thrive in the 21st century is critical to the fabric of our social makeup. So how does the program work? So as I said, students or colleges adopt the program. The program is free for colleges. The program is free for students, and the program is free for small business owners. We've developed a curriculum that is all accessible, all online. So the instructor downloads the entire program, or a student can self-pace through. Once the students have completed that, we pair them up with small businesses in the form of 3 flavors, either small nonprofits, small businesses, or what we call early stage startups that are impact startups. And then once the students finish their initial work, they receive certification. And then we're connecting all of these students together in a global community where they can share information and share knowledge. And actually, many of these students end up working on these small business projects that transcend their college ID. So students from different colleges are working together on these initiatives for small businesses. Let's see here. So student benefits are they get college credit certification. That's why they do this work. More importantly, they get an internship that they can put on their LinkedIn or on their resume. They acquire really important workplace skills. They join a movement, and they get to give back to the small businesses that make up a big part of the areas where they go to college. The business benefits are they get well-trained students. This program's not designed for freshmen and sophomores. It's for upperclassmen. At Southern, we're mainly focusing on seniors and graduate students that have had a certain set of prerequisites, honor students, the students, they're all online, mobile computing, and very social media savvy. We use best of breed commercial grade software solutions that are really easy to maintain when we turn that system that's already been built over to the business. And those students are giving back to these small businesses. And so with that, it was founded by myself. This is a passion of mine of thinking through strategically, how do we really get the world on a more sustainable, more healthier track? My co-founder, Nada Milkovich, who teaches both at UC Santa Cruz and at Stanford. I want to thank this University of Santa Cruz, which had the courage to be the first inaugural college to launch this program. We had over 100 businesses sign up here in Santa Cruz. We have expanded into Monterey Bay at CSUMB. We've expanded into San Jose at Santa Clara University and at San Jose State. And we're really excited to be launching in New Haven at Southern Connecticut State University, our anchor school. It's a really special college for me, having graduated from there, and hopefully have the impact on the students there and the community in New Haven is just a really, really great, exciting opportunity. So for those that want to sign up small businesses, it's really easy. You go to getvirtual.org, and then there's a tab at the top, sign up, or you can do /sign up, and you're ready to go. And we won't be launching till January timeframe, but get in the queue, get yourself signed up if you're interested in learning if the program might work for you. And with that, I want to thank everyone for their time, and hopefully we've got some time for some Q&A if there are any.
Thanks, Toby. That was great. Great way to just think about life and change your paradigm and how you perceive things. And we all are really excited about the Get Virtual program that's going to be coming out at Southern, and we're going to, at the Chamber, we're going to promote that as well. I'm going to read a few questions we have here in the chat. Someone asked, with so many virtual events out there, what can you do to stand out?
That's a really great question. I think really at the start of that is going through some of the principles that I've outlined and ask yourself, are you doing the same things that everyone else is doing? So most businesses, you know, in terms of customer acquisition, there's 3 primary ways to do that. It's either performance marketing, where you're buying Google AdWords or Facebook display ads or what have you. And I would ask you, how inviting are those? Is your message? Is it intriguing? Is it interesting? Is it resonating with your target audience? Do you really understand who your target audience is? What makes them tick? The second opportunity, and this is really where I think the more explosive growth can come from, the one is really on content creation. So looking at, again, what kind of content are you creating? How exciting are your social media presences? And I would just coach everyone on focus more on quality than on quantity. Just to say I'm getting out a post and going through the motion, I'd rather you spend time on what's really connecting with your audience. And here's the best way to learn that. Are you experimenting? Are you trying new things, seeing what your click rates are, seeing what your conversion rates are? And I think last and most importantly, the most important opportunity is thinking about your customers as an extension of your sales force. And if you're creating a truly compelling experience that your customers love, guess what? Encouraging them to post a positive Yelp review or a positive Amazon review and really engaging with your audience members, because that's what most of us are looking for. Today, brands are very transparent. When I decide to work with a business, I go online, start looking at reviews. Those are all very easy, simple ways to really focusing on extending your sales force through your customers.
And another question here, what steps would you recommend for creating meaningful networking connections in this virtual climate?
Yeah, so I introduced this concept of the 21 Entrepreneur Principles. Unfortunately, I'm sorry the audio didn't come out, so hopefully I sent the link in the chat. We'll get that out to the members. But there's this concept called open networks, where I'm always constantly looking at, as I'm reading articles and seeing who the author of that was, or reading a book or what have you, and really reaching out and expanding into those networks. But look, at the best way to network is thinking through, they have to work both ways. You've got to be able to think about, what can I contribute to this network connection? And how does that work in a mutually beneficial way? Because most of that really comes across where folks are asking. So, you know, I'm fairly open. I do have a large LinkedIn network because I worked at very large companies, over 14,000. But it's interesting to watch that, where I see people that, hey, try this or try that, versus getting to know me or reading about me. And when you put that investment, it's like any relationship, right? A personal relationship, what makes that work, right? That you're both listening to one another, that each other's benefiting from that relationship. Business relationships work the same way. If you're just asking or taking and it's all in for you, you're not going to get very far with those relationships. So think through about either industry icons, folks that you think could help, and getting to know those people, reading about them, learning them, and thinking about ways, how can I help that person out? Those are the most meaningful, best ways to create, really good open networks.
Toby, last question, and you touched upon this when you started talking about Get Virtual, and that's what Get Virtual does, is helps people through this. But a lot of people who are intrepid about kind of taking that next step, finding something new that they can add to their business. Until Get Virtual gets out there, what would you say to people about, how do you take that first step forward in changing your business to be more digital?
Yeah, so here's the sort of exercise that I'd be going through. Number one is, like, do you really understand who your customers are? That's the most important first critical step. Like really understand who they are, both key demographic information. How old are they? Where do they live? What common elements does your market segment? You have multiple segments to who your customers are and who you're serving. And when you start to really understand who they are and then understanding what they really want, it becomes really much more straightforward, easier exercise than shooting in the dark, trying this or trying that. So that's sort of the first step is like, do I know who my customers are? Do I know what makes them tick? Do I know why they're buying my product or service? Do I know why some customers may not have bought my product or service? And constantly innovating and focusing on how to connect more deeply with your customers. And that really is, I just see so many businesses that sort of lose sight of that very simple, straightforward exercise. And then, as I said, the second critical principle is being a creator. And then what is it? Should you be looking at how to expand your value proposition or maybe reduce your value proposition? You may be offering goods and services that your customers don't want or that are a commodity or they can get somewhere better, cheaper, or faster. So I think that examination is really what makes you different, what makes you unique, and how to continue to expand in that unique way that gives you competitive differentiation is, I think, the most important thinking exercise, intellectual exercise that most businesses would really go through. And what makes a local bookstore different than buying something on Amazon, right? So there are many ways, and most businesses have sort of lost sight of that. It's doing the same thing, and over time, things are always changing. The one thing you can count on is change. And the world is so connected right now, and taking advantage of that change wave instead of sitting back and letting change impact your business, using change as a weapon, using change as a strategic advantage. And that's the opportunity for small businesses.
Toby, thanks so much. We see the sun rising in your window behind you, so we know it was really early morning, and we appreciate you jumping on with us. Thanks to Southern Connecticut State University and School of Business and Comcast Business for presenting this. And Toby, I'm not sure if you have a few minutes. If you do, we'll just ask you to jump into our Zoom room so people could continue the conversation with you if you have a few minutes. If not,
yeah, I'd love to do that. Do we have 2 minutes? Because what I think I'd like to do is play that video. It's only 2 minutes long.
Oh yeah,
so maybe I can play that off of. Let's see. Let me see if I can play that off of a.
Here, I can probably play it. Let me
channel. Let's see here. Share. Yeah, if you could play that link, that would be fantastic, and then I could jump on the Zoom call. It'd be a great way to.
Okay, let me. I will share that right now. Let's see.
Home.
You hear that?
For decades, mankind has achieved wonders on this planet. We've terraformed the land, built cities in the desert, and islands out of sand. Yet at the same time, our forests are burning, glaciers melting, and lakes drying up. Our lives have been threatened by our very own creation. But we are the next generation. We can change our trajectory and course correct what's been done by past generations to create a better future. Centrepreneur Life is a philosophy to spark change. It offers a roadmap to tapping into your infinite creative power through the following 21 principles. Believe in something greater than yourself. Live in gratitude. Strive to make the world a better place. Believe in infinite possibilities. Be transparent. Be kind. Give more. Lead by example. Be bright. Share positivity. Have faith that you will succeed no matter the circumstances. Be present. Continually strive for personal growth. Spend time in nature. Listen. Live in pursuit of perfecting your craft.
Can Watson come back thing? I think that's Pat. He could be.
Have a dedication to defining your own path. Build open networks. Make your own opportunities. Fuel your mind, body, and spirit with healthy nutrients. Know the real prize is the journey. Don't take life too seriously. Laugh, sing, and dance more. Be willing to explore your edges.
We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Yesterday, we terraformed the land, built cities in the desert, and islands out of sand. Tomorrow, well, we have a better plan.
That was great. Toby, you still there with us?
I am.
Excellent. Well, thank you
thanks
again
so much.
so much.
I have
Great
time.
video.
I'll join the Zoom room with you guys. Thanks,
Great.
everybody.
So if anyone wants to join in with Toby, he's going to hop into the Zoom room for just a moment, and you can continue the conversation with him there. We again thank Toby Corey for being a part of the program today. We'll get to our next speaker in a moment. Just want to remind everyone again, the Zoom lounge is open. You can follow Toby over there to continue the conversation. And remember to check out those passports so you can be entered for the Foxwoods Resort Casino prize. All right. Also want to just mention the way our Whova, which is the platform we're using, is set up, is that you can move to each speaker on the agenda. And while you're currently probably in the speaker session for Toby Corey, if you want to move on to the next speaker segment on the agenda, that's just going to allow you to have all of the features of the chat and to talk with the speakers and presenters that we'll have. You'll continue to see the live stream in the Toby Corey scheduled agenda item. Just a little technical thing though, if you want to continue on and move into the actual speaker agenda item for our next segment on diversity, equity, and inclusion, please feel free to do that. So I hope that wasn't too confusing. You can stay right where you are. You will continue to see our content that's coming up next, but you can also move on into the next segment. And I am very excited to bring forward our next panel and presentation here at the Big Connect, presented by Comcast Business. It's Equity and Inclusion Through Authentic Means, Cracking the Inclusive Leadership Code. And we're joined this morning by Simone Morris, CEO of Simone Morris Enterprises. And Simone, good morning, and thanks for being with us and leading our panel discussion.
Good morning, Garrett. Thanks for having me, and thanks for having this panel discussion. So important. Happy to be here.
Thank you. And Simone, I should just mention the HR Source is our sponsor for this morning's panel. So great organization to work with if you're looking to do diversity and inclusion. We just want to mention the HR Source. Simone, over to you.
Yes, if you would give me access to share my screen, that would be wonderful.
Great. Let's see, I'll make sure you have it. Is it not letting you share right now? Perfect.
Can you see my screen?
Yep. Yes, we can.
Good morning, everyone. As Garrett said, we're here for the Equity and Inclusion Through Authentic Means panel discussion, Cracking the Inclusive Leadership Code. I'm so happy to be here with you all. Before we jump into the panel discussion, I will be doing some foundation setting just around the concepts of diversity, equity, inclusion, also talking to you about a few best practices, and jumping right into the panel discussion. I have three wonderful panelists that are joining me today, and I'll introduce them shortly. Just a little bit about Simone Morris Enterprises. We're also in the inclusive leadership space. We provide inclusive leadership solutions. We like to say that we transform leaders and cultures. I'm a certified minority women-owned business, and have shared my thought leadership in Forbes, Entrepreneur, Glassdoor, etc. I'm just really passionate about this work, and I have been doing it for a number of years, and just excited that the conversation is at the forefront. We're talking about it in today's Expo, and if you look around, whether it's media or organization, wherever you look, people are talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the need to make changes. Today's agenda, we will talk about really what is the business case for inclusive leadership, and what are some best practices that individuals and companies alike can take to create a more inclusive organization. And then we'll jump into the panel discussion. So what do we mean when we say equity and inclusion? Let's take a look at that. In terms of equity, some of you may have seen this slide, but if you haven't, the term equality really means everyone has an equal opportunity, and it has been around for a number of years. So if you take a look at the image, you can see equality demonstrated on the left-hand side of your screen. They say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And so again, you see that not everyone can see the game. They can see over the fence, even though they all have an equal opportunity. On the right-hand side is equity. It's the same photo, but we see that everyone is now able to see over the fence. And in 2020, there really is a push for more equity in the workplace, more equity in the world as well. Now, what do we mean when we say inclusion? Now, this is more than the electric slide. I'm doing a little shimmy here. What I like to bring up is Verna Myers. Verna Myers is one of my favorites, and she's the Chief Diversity Officer over at Netflix, and she's done a lot of work in this space and is a trailblazer. Now, she defines diversity as being invited to the dance, and inclusion as being asked to dance. And I always tell my students or my clients this definition because I think it really drives home the message or the simplicity of the definition that you can in fact have diversity and not have inclusion. And some organizations are challenged with that, or vice versa, right? So diversity, we are all complex human beings. We have similarities and differences. Most of what we see above the iceberg, if you will, race, gender, some other different things, those are easy to notice in the eye, but really below the iceberg, there's a lot more. There's diversity of thought, maybe the location that we're from, our parental status, and so much more. So it really is complex when we say diversity. Do I have diversity in the workplace? Again, most people look at race and gender to make an assessment, but it's a lot more than that. It's about physical ability. It's about sexual orientation, so much more. So that's what we mean when we say diversity. And when we say inclusion, it means giving people a seat at the table to allow their voices to be heard, to allow them to participate. That's why you see so much focus around board diversity. What does your board look like when you're saying that you have an inclusive environment? What does your leadership team look like? What does your employee base look like? What does your customer base look like, etc.? So that's what we mean when we say diversity and inclusion at a very high level. Now, I want to talk to you about the business case for inclusive leadership in general. 2020 is a different kind of year. I am sure that you will agree, and not just because of COVID. There have been many things that have impacted inclusive leadership in 2020. You all should know the name George Floyd. If you don't, Google the name George Floyd, but George Floyd was a cataclysmic moment for 2020. George Floyd was murdered by the police, and it really brought attention to racial equity and just pushed the conversation that traditionally stayed outside of the workplace into the workplace. So traditionally, most people feel when it comes to things like politics, we know there is a lot going on this journey to a new president and even the aftermath of that. There are a lot of things that traditionally were left outside of the workplace. And I put up George Floyd, because I want you to know that he really cracked the door open for this to come into the workplace, this conversation. So companies cannot ignore this conversation. And now they're having to grapple with, what do we do about race? How do we go about providing more racial equity? How do we recognize Black and brown employees? I don't know what to do. If I stay quiet, it's not a good thing because it's complicit. If I speak up, I may say the wrong thing. So there's this challenge around what to say or what to do in 2020 post George Floyd. And again, this has really shone attention on the political landscape and conversations around politics. So I bring that up because it's important. I want you to know that people are fighting to be included. When you think about the word inclusion, I means I want to be included. And the word starts with I. These people, everyone is fighting to be included. I think if you think about it, there may have been a time where you have felt excluded. Think about it. How did you feel if you felt excluded? Maybe it was at work. Maybe it was at your place of worship. Maybe it was in a store where you know someone ignored you and you were waiting and you're like, wait a minute, I want to be a part of this. Maybe it was at a PTA meeting. It could be anywhere. Maybe it's even in your own family, where if you think about sexual orientation, some people are staying in the closet because they're afraid of what the response would be. And so therefore they are hiding who they are and not feeling included in the family. So this thing is super complex. I do not have time to go over every bullet point on this slide. I show it because I want you to know that there are many things that you may not think about that are signaling people want to be included. Very briefly, we've talked about George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement and how visible that is today and how impactful. If you think that it's not impacted your business, you are mistaken, it has. So there's a fight about my race matters. See me as a Black or brown person. No, Blue Lives Matter. My position matters. My work matters. So there is identity versus race, and there's a clash with that. Even sexual orientation. Many, many years ago, the LGBTQIA community was targeted at a nightclub in Orlando, and it was a hate crime where, you know, many people died around that, and that is around the LGBTQIA community, as well as the people who have physical limitations. And it doesn't have to be a visual physical limitation, but it actually is impacting the workplace because there's a push to have people with physical challenges in the workplace hire me. And then we know about the Me Too movement. There's just so much around Me Too. It may be a little bit quieter this year because of what's going on with Black Lives Matter, but it's still there. So we've got gender equality, and I can go on and on and on, but that's just to let you know that we are continuing to fight for inclusion. In addition, the workplace is changing. We now have 5 generations in the workplace. So just imagine communicating between, if you have a millennial in the home, or even a different generation, the younger generation, Gen Z, in the home, and you're trying to communicate and there's conflict and you're just butting heads. Take that into the workplace and see that we've got baby boomers and more, 5 different generations trying to communicate, trying to resolve conflict, trying to work towards a common goal, and it's challenging. In addition, millennials, by the year 2025, 75% of millennials will be in the workplace. So you've got to think about, what does your board look like? Do you have a millennial on your board? Are you promoting millennials in your organization? If you're not, you're going to have to think about that. People of color, by the year 2030, there's going to be 54% of people of color. Just think about that and think about what your workplace looks like, or even outside of the workplace. What does your association look like? What are you focusing on? You have to keep these things in mind because the world is in fact changing, and it's changing to a more inclusive world, and not everybody is happy about it, but it is changing. Here's my bottom line. this stuff is hard work. This is Simone's truth serum. Inclusion is hard, hard work. You are going to do what I call the bumble, stumble, and rise. That means you're going to mess up. You are going to intentionally or unintentionally exclude someone. Don't let that stop you. Keep going. So it's hard work. It requires you to be self-aware to see how you land. And by the way, if you don't know how you land, ask, how did that land? Do a pulse check. How did that land? And if it didn't land correctly, course correct and say, gee, I'm sorry. This is going to require some vulnerability. And it's important for me to stop here and talk about vulnerability because in 2020, more and more companies were asked to be vulnerable. So it wasn't just a matter of making large donations. The donations were then questions to say, okay, you made this large donation in support of racial solidarity. Let me go and look at what your organization looks like. And you may have heard the term performative allyship, where organizations were really being challenged that you're not really truthful, you're throwing money at the challenge, but your house needs to be cleaned up. So it's not always easy work. Again, you're going to bumble, stumble, and rise. Rise is to get up the next day and try again. So let's quickly look at best practices because we do want to bring our panelists in because I know it's going to be an exciting conversation. I'm going super fast, but keep in mind that this training could be a whole day or 90 minutes or so, and we're moving at breakneck speed to keep on time. But I do want to tell you at a high level some of the things that you can do to create inclusive cultures. Number one is to cancel the one and done culture. I like to say, think about the gym. If you went to the gym once during COVID and you lifted some weights, or perhaps you hit the elliptical, are you in good shape mentally, physically? Are you feeling healthy? Perhaps not, because if you offer one training around harassment, discrimination, etc., and you expect your leaders as well as your employees to be inclusive leaders, think again. So my message to you is to cancel the thought around one and done. Take a look at your training. What training are you offering to employees to be more inclusive? If you're not offering it, then think about when we're outside of the workplace, how many things are vying for our attention? And are individuals going to commit to doing the work to be more inclusive? By the way, some of the things that get us into trouble about being inclusive is that we've been taught the right way of doing things. And the right way that we've been taught by our parents growing up may not necessarily be the right way to do things. So you're battling that where, you know, someone may be working for your company for 2 years, 3 years, but they have a whole life of lived experiences that they need to tackle and unpack, etc., to show up and be more inclusive if they've been taught, no, that behavior is wrong. And now you just automatically expect that they are going to be respectful, etc., whatever your policies are to keep the job. Think again, because what might be happening is code switching, where they come into the workplace one way and then walk out the door another way. And sometimes it actually happens in the organization. So cancel and done is number one. Listen frequently. A lot of organizations are doing listening right now, listening around politics and the election aftermath. If you ignore the elephant in the room, the elephant in the room is still in the room. So if you don't talk about politics, don't talk about Black Lives Matter, it's still there. And it's not just a race thing, it is still there. Our families are changing. I told you about how the demographics are changing in the world. And so families look very different in 2020. So don't challenge your assumptions of what you think and who you think this is important to talk to about. These are conversations that are in the workplace, whether you're talking about them or not. So listen to your employees frequently, provide opportunities. I'm excited to talk about the next one because one of our panelists, Jean Christensen, is really going to shed some more light around this best practice, but really it is to broaden your lens. When you say I can't find diverse talent, think about this octopus, if you will, about with many legs in terms of diversity and inclusion. So looking at supplier diversity as an option is also another way to diversify or to create a more inclusive culture, because you look at the vendors that you work with and you bring in innovation, more innovation, more more innovation from leveraging these diverse vendors. So, and the last bonus one that I would say is really around walking the talk. Walking the talk. Do not just do this work lip service to say that you are an inclusive culture. Instead, I encourage you to be vulnerable to say, I don't have this all figured out, but we're willing to work on it. One of the things you might do is there is something called a CEO Action Committee. Your CEO could be a part of that committee that is dedicated and focused on creating truly inclusive workplaces. So your CEO could be having the conversation at that level. And by the way, this is all hands-on. It's not just HR's responsibility or corporate social responsibility or your legal team. Everybody has to get on board in 2020 to win at inclusion. Whew. That was a lot and it was quick. I'm around. You can connect with me on SimoneMorrisEnterprises.org, and I will be around for this Big Connect wonderful event. But enough for me. I want to bring in the panelists that you are here to hear from, our esteemed panelists. In fact, the first two have won the Equity and Inclusion Award by the Chamber, that is sponsored also by the Community Foundation. So let us welcome our panelists. I'm going to ask them to put their video on. First, we have Denise. Oh, Denise. I can't believe I even asked you this, to pronounce your last name properly, but in terms of being inclusive, I don't want to butcher it, so I'm going to try, and please, please, please correct me if I say it wrong. Denise Kennedy. Denise.
Kennedy.
Okay, Kennedy. It sounds like Kennedy but with a C. I got to get it right in my head. Denise Kennedy, Chief Compliance Officer at Marrakesh Inc. Jean Christensen, welcome, President and CEO of Jean Christensen Associates, LLC. Welcome, Jean. Arthur Thomas, Director of Entrepreneurial Initiatives and Inclusive Economic Opportunity for the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven. Welcome, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm so excited to delve into this conversation. I have laid some foundation rather quickly, but I wanted people to know that this is an important conversation and there's a lot more to it than meets the eye. And I'm hoping you all will add some more flavor to the conversation. The first thing that I want to talk about is to really ask you, each of you, to really tell me what drives your passion for equity and inclusion. And let's start with Denise.
Okay, so I have been passionate about equity and inclusion since I could remember. I come from a large family. I'm one of 7 siblings. So I was the one who always questioned, is this right or is this fair? So that started early on as a young kid, that I had the know-it-all to say, something is not right. This may be a little bit off here, so let's explore it. And that has guided me throughout my life, through academics, through my career. I am a woman of color. I have Black and brown children. I identify as a lesbian woman. So there have been plenty of times where I felt like I didn't have a seat at the table. And not because there weren't enough seats at the table, it was because I wasn't even asked or considered. So my passion is to be a part of the solution, to make sure that anyone within my touch and within my reach and within my community don't have to feel like that everyone feels included and have equity and diversity in their life. So it's extremely important to me. I work at an agency that's very diverse. We pride ourselves on being diverse, equity, and inclusive. We have an active MMAC council that I'm a part of. So this work is very personal for me for many reasons.
Wonderful, Denise. I just want to ask you a question, just from a curiosity, because many others may feel this way, but they're not bold enough to ask it. You came out and just dropped the mic by talking about your identity with regards to being a lesbian. Have you always felt comfortable to just say, hey, I'm Denise and I'm a lesbian?
Yes, so there were times in my life where I was married and I had children. I was married to a man and I was part of a specific religion where that wasn't acceptable. So I carried on my life denying who I was, denying my identity. And then I had to go to the leaders of that place and say, listen, I know this is not accepted here, but this is who I am. So if you're asking me to choose who I am and what's important to me and continuing to worship here, I have to choose me. And that's what I did. And I was comfortable ever since then, identifying as a lesbian Black woman.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, welcome. Can't wait to hear what else you have to say.
I have a lot.
Oh, all right, all right.
I'll try to keep it toned.
Yeah, look, this is the right place to do it.
Okay.
Arthur, good morning. Good morning. Welcome. What drives your passion for this work, Arthur?
Good morning, Simone. Good morning, Denise, and thank you for sharing. I think there are a few things for me that kind of feel this passion for me. For me, equity and inclusion begins and ends with humans. I mean, honestly, with real people's lives. This is a humanity question. And so I have to start this with how I grew up and thinking about how we see each other, because how we see each other affects the way we treat each other. And I'm speaking about some basic things like Denise said, what were we taught? How did we grow up? What did our grandmothers teach us about good old fashioned love, right? To some people, it's that faith-based love, depending on how faith is perceived. And that love kind of fuels my passion. And then I would say next is honestly, the portrayal of Blackness in Western culture, where Blackness is this ultimate symbol of deviance, denigration, and devaluation. That symbol, kind of attacked my very sense of self as a child. I was always trying to attack it, at least. The value of my family, the value of my community. And so from there, I would say there's this sense of righteous anger that fuels my passion. I mean, I grew up in Newark, New Jersey, and I was privileged to, from there, attend some of the best academic institutions in the world. But too many of my friends had different circumstances. Too many of them were just as bright, exceptionally brilliant, too brilliant not to have the same fighting chance as I did. And so when I entered into these top universities, made friends with privileged people, had jobs at hedge funds, and learned the fundamentals of financial instruments and real estate development. And honestly, I kind of felt duped. I felt duped for them. I realized that the gap in opportunity was not due to a deficit in intelligence but it was a deficit in, exposure to networks and exposure to mentorship. There were structural forces that prevented my brothers and sisters from Newark from getting the same care and attention, the same cultivation and resources. So I sought out to play my part, and fill in that gap. I started an organization, a nonprofit organization back in Newark that began mediating and educating people in these resources. And that kind of fuels my passion. It was like acting out this love that I felt. And I feel like, again, love is key here. Honestly, it may sound old fashioned, but with equity, we're asking, how do we operationalize that love? How do you get people to treat other people well? You use that graph of making sure they have all the boxes they need to see possibility. I mean, that's the core of equity. It's a value system, honestly, for me. It's believing and embodying this ethic that everyone deserves a fair shot at flourishing and opportunity. And so I feel like if you embody love, then equity becomes more than just a term. It becomes more than a definition. It becomes a way of life. So that's kind of what fuels my passion.
I don't know if people are picking this up, but it kind of felt like you were ministering, and perhaps because I know your background includes ministry, but well said, so beautifully said, and I love the piece about equating equity to love, human love. I love it. Thank you and welcome. Jean, how about you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So thank you, Simone, and thank you everyone on the panel for the question. What really fuels me starts in the home. My entire family is diverse. So it includes pretty much every race, gender, so we have Black, Latino, Asian, there are veterans in the family. There are people who identify as gay or lesbian. So it's just I've grown up in this environment my entire life. And what's really interesting to me is that you get to see the impact of a lack of inclusion, like you get to see how it impacts each and every family member, or each and every person or group differently, depending on where they are or where they grew up or what they have access to. So, that equity piece is really important because, when people are not treated equally, it has a profound impact on their ability to survive. And I'm talking about health and wellness. I'm talking about the ability to earn. I'm talking it's just, it impacts everything. So I get to see this, and I've been exposed to it my entire life. Both of my parents are immigrants also. So when you think about what's happening in the world, sometimes we look at race and gender, but then you think, wow, what's happening to people who are coming to the United States, and everybody's coming for a better life. And yet, those opportunities are just not available, and the impact on them, the impact on their families, it's tremendous. A lot of the work that I am doing is really focused on helping people to gain access to opportunity. Because again, I've had the privilege of experiencing how my life has changed and how my family's life has changed when given access to opportunity. So that is really my primary focus, and that is why I'm really passionate about it. It's personal, and it's about closing the wealth gap. It's about, being able to have the ability to choose for ourselves. Where do we want to live? Where do we want to raise our kids? What kind of food we have access to, period. What kind of healthcare? These are the things that keep me up at night, every single night. And these are the things that I am passionate about and that I am fighting for my community.
I love that. I love how each of you answered the question so differently and gave us a little piece more to think about, Jean. And I love how you brought family into it, because oftentimes we can look into the workplace or look elsewhere, but look at your dinner table, Thanksgiving is coming up. Look within and look for opportunities to see this stuff up close. I love that you did that. Thank you, Jean, and welcome. So Denise, congratulations on Marrakesh's award. And we want to hear about some of the best practices that you all are doing. Let's bring this to life. What are some of the tangible things or evidence, if you will, that you can share about this work?
So it all starts with who you bring into the organization, right? Where do you find the people who are working for you? We work with a diverse population of people. We work with people who are of many different ethnicities and cultures and religions and ages and orientation. So we look for those type of platforms when we're recruiting our staff to work for us, right? So we want to have a diverse workforce to mirror the diverse people that we're providing services for. So during the onboarding process, our president and CEO and our chief administrative officer have a conversation with the new hires to talk about our core values within the organization, which includes diversity, equity, and inclusion, to let them know from the door, like, this is what we're about. And if this is not a good fit for you, it's okay. It's no hard feelings, but this is what we do here. So it starts at that base level. And then we also connect with the community. We have an Academy for Human Service training program, which is a 12-week training program where it prepares people for entry-level positions in the human service field. And 100% of those participants are people who are underconnected and underserved, and majority are people of color. And then for promotional opportunities, we realized a long time ago that the majority of our supervisor and manager level positions required you to have a degree, which if you had a degree, great, that was good for you. But if you didn't, where did that leave you? Where was your opportunity for upward mobility? So then we said, well, how can we make this more equitable and inclusive? So we were able to look at some of the positions and relax some of those requirements and say you can have experience in lieu of a degree. And for the positions that still require you to have a degree, we have a tuition reimbursement program. So if you want to go back to college, we will pay up to 70% of 2 of your classes per semester. So we try to bring everything to the forefront to say this is an equitable and inclusive organization, that you are welcomed here and you have a seat at the table. One of the things that we did most recently that I'm super proud of in the wake of the George Floyd murder is we did a survey, which people said you guys were brave or crazy or out of your mind to do that. So we did a survey to all of our staff, and it was an anonymous survey to rate us: non-racist, anti-racist, or racist. And it was an anonymous survey, so people can speak freely of how they feel we are performing as an organization. And I have to say that the response to that survey was so overwhelming, which showed us that people cared about this. And this was important for people to know, that we want to know how we are doing. We have the tuition reimbursement. We have a diverse workforce. We have other services we offer to our staff, but what can we be doing better? And I'm happy to say, you know, we hit the send button and we crossed our fingers and we hope that people felt about us the way we saw ourselves. But, you know, we took a gamble with that. And we're pleased that we were rated as not racist, but we were just a little bit above the non-racist. So we still have a lot of work to do to get to the anti-racist side. So that is our most recent initiative that we're working on, to ensure that we're having an equitable and inclusive environment for people to come to work every day and provide the services that we're providing. So that's some of the best practices we've been doing. We have a lot of work to do. The result of the survey was, you know, not surprising. You know, we felt that we were where we were, but we realized that we still have a lot of work to do.
A lot of good work. I'm wondering about getting leadership buy-in to get that feedback, because sometimes the feedback can be hard to digest. So just very quickly, can you tell us about getting leadership bought into doing such a pulse check, if you will, on whether or not your organization is racist, non-racist, et cetera?
Right. So we talked about it beforehand, of course, and we said, you know, we made a public statement when George Floyd was murdered, right? So it's not enough just to say, okay, we made this statement and then now what? We had to turn inward and say, okay, so where are we with this? Are we having any type of systematic or structural racism under our umbrella where we work? So our leadership had 100% buy-in. We said, we want to know, good, bad, or indifferent. We need to know. We can't fix what we don't know. So that's what, you know, everyone was on board with it. And we've created like a strategic plan to move forward with the results of that survey. We've been meeting with some consultants to help us do the work to look at all of our policies, to make sure that we don't have things that are, you know, set up to put barriers for people. We do monthly Mythbusters, like what is racism, prejudice, and discrimination, what is not. Identifying what's the difference between non-racist and anti-racist. So we're actually doing the work, and we know it's not a one and done. Like you said earlier, it's not, okay, we check that box off, we're done. Woo, we have no more work to do. This is a forever ongoing endeavor for us. And we're committed to the process because it's important. We promote diversity and inclusion, and we have to make sure that we are walking the talk.
Wonderful, wonderful. Gosh, I'm sure everybody in the audience is wanting to know more, but let us jump over to Arthur, and you tell us from your purview and the work that you're doing with entrepreneurial empowerment, economic empowerment. Tell us some best practices and how organizations can really engage.
Sure, thank you. Here at the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven, we really have been promoting our inclusive growth strategy. And the inclusive growth strategy has a few pillars. Of course, there's a section that focuses on some of the internal equity and inclusion work, but then a major component for the external outreach is the development, as you mentioned, of what we call an equitable entrepreneurial ecosystem. And it's really sort of like a trailblazing initiative here in New Haven. And so when thinking about, you know, an equitable entrepreneurial ecosystem, I think a major way to think about that in two components is equity and technical assistance, right? There's a power component and there's a capacitation component for entrepreneurs. And so when thinking about cultivating that ecosystem, and there's some few critical best practices. Number one is you need a local council, you know. a set of cross-sector stakeholders who are actually doing the work on the ground right now. We're not saying that this is just starting. There are people already involved who represent different sectors of the ecosystem to ensure that representation at all levels is apparent and it's necessary for critical transformation that we're seeking. So a local council, development of a local council. Another critical element is messaging. Messaging is mandatory. Narratives are the heartbeat of the story. What are the narratives of entrepreneurship? What are the narratives of who gets to be an entrepreneur and how do we define what entrepreneurship looks like? Narratives that affirm the very being and doing of Black persons, brown persons, women, narratives that increase the sense of belonging by addressing that root ideology of anti-Black racism and the inferiority narratives that come with Blackness and brownness and the communities also that they dwell, right? Another component is a landscape analysis. It's necessary to conduct analysis of the gaps and strengths in our ecosystem, especially for historically marginalized entrepreneurs in economically segregated communities. Again, we're assessing the gaps in power, technical assistance, and proximity to critical networks and capital, right? Another best practice is this notion of connectivity, building a connectivity platform that provides access to information, resources, and other businesses within the entrepreneurship region, right? It's really like a neural network of both entrepreneurs and the support organizations for entrepreneurs. And then we have a strategic plan. This is obviously really important for any type of organizational initiative, but really like a short and long-term strategic plan that is based on the landscape analysis that was mentioned earlier, addressing not only the acute issues short term, but how are we thinking about building something that's sustainable and perpetual that's life-giving for entrepreneurs? And then there's capital, obviously. Capital is huge, right? If you're going to be talking about equity, where is the money? And so
Show me the money.
Show me the money, right? We can't, everything else is all good, but in our communities, we're like, who's giving us some money? Who's really, put your money where your mouth is. And so, one of the things
your mouth is, isn't that the truth?
Right? And so one of the things that we're thinking about is like one of the beautiful things about foundations is this notion of an endowment, right? Some of the more privileged institutions of power. So why don't we set up an endowment that will fund the ecosystem, right? An ecosystem for developing Black, brown women and other historically marginalized entrepreneurs, refugees, formerly incarcerated. So this notion of capital and how do people contribute to a fund that will invest in local entrepreneurship ventures? And then lastly, when thinking about equity and barriers for entrepreneurship and even ESOs, we're thinking about stipends. This is a really important practice. Stipends for entrepreneurial development and capacitation. There are barriers to entrepreneurship for many individuals in households, childcare, transportation, just the opportunity and cost that it takes to join an entrepreneurial accelerator versus, going to a job. And so we're trying to think through all of those things and incorporate those practices into the development of this ecosystem.
Oh, so much good information, Arthur. I wonder who's doing it well. We ended on capital and people putting their money where their mouth is. For me, I thought about JP Morgan Chase and a recent billions of dollars. But in your mind, who's doing it well? Give us some companies, just perhaps from a benchmarking standpoint or just to think about.
So yes, there's Bank of America, PayPal, JP Morgan are some national organizations that have decided to commit capital. But I also think it's more than just committing capital. It's actually ensuring that the distribution channels meet the people that need it. As we saw with the economic stimulus packages or PPP, the money was appropriated, but not everybody was able to access it. So it's really about not only providing the capital, but thinking through the distribution channels and supporting the organizations that are proximal to the people with the challenges and ensuring that they have the capacity. There are also local organizations. The city here, they dedicated resources. City of New Haven, put money up for small businesses who were suffering from, COVID-19 and already were suffering from just disparities in entrepreneurship and business. The Community Foundation, there are other foundations locally. Thank God, there are local organizations, banks, CDFIs here that are really, passionate and about the work and providing the resources to back that passion.
Absolutely. I believe Connecticut has the Connecticut Cares Act now as well. All right. Thank you so much, Arthur. I want to get over to Jean because this stuff is near and dear to my heart, really, to talk about some best practices around supplier diversity. What's happening there, and bring your expertise in, Jean.
Thank you, Simone. So the first thing I want to say around, just all of this is that I feel that I've been in business for nearly 4 decades, right? And so I've had the experience of seeing political unrest or social unrest happen, and in the corporate space, the reaction to it. So what we're seeing right now is a reaction to social and political unrest, George Floyd's deaths. And prior to that, if you think just a few years, earlier, we were reacting to Me Too. And we were asking the questions of, well, should we add more women? Now should we add more Blacks? And I find that offensive. That is my personal feeling about it, because it doesn't last. It's a reaction. And then, slowly things start going back to normal. And then sometimes we actually take steps backwards. So when we're talking about the response as it pertains to best practices in corporate supplier diversity, my first recommendation is start with why. Because if you're just reacting, this is just going to happen again. It starts with the culture within the organization to first take a look, and it starts with leadership. That is where it starts. It's the culture. It is why do you want to be diverse? It's a buzzword right now. It's you go on LinkedIn, all the positions, chief diversity officer, everybody wants to be diverse right now because it's the in thing to do. But my recommendation is you start with why. And don't tell me that, it's the right thing to do, because that is not an answer, okay? So some things I recommend looking at is, if you are a corporation or an anchor institution, your why is tied to your customers. It's tied to your community. It's tied to your employees. And if you want to continue to grow and have a sustainable business, like in 2030, where you mentioned, for example, that 54% of the workforce is going to be diverse or millennials, your why is you need to make these changes in order to be innovative, in order to have a sustainable business model in the future. So that's the why. It's not the right thing to do. It is the survival of your business depends on it. Competition, innovation, are all a critical workforce development, all a critical part of the conversation. So it can't exist in okay, we're just going to do it in the workforce. It has to be an initiative that you look at each aspect of the business. Mm-hmm. As it pertains to supplier diversity, I think there's such a wonderful opportunity to create self-sustaining communities and ecosystems that don't rely on what I often hear, which is, this perception that, small, diverse businesses are less than, and that they're needing of all of this assistance. When you're talking about, and again, there are businesses that need assistance. So I want to be clear, when you're just starting out, we all need assistance. We all need that critical technical assistance and support, because you don't know what you don't know. But when you get to a certain level where you've got proof of concept, you're
so when you enter, just enter with your camera off.
Absolutely no reason that a company shouldn't be looking more closely at what is the impact that they're having on their local community. Are they inclusive? And again, when I think about best practices, I think of some of the things that are happening, or what has been traditionally done with supplier diversity programs, which is you get certified, you register on a portal, and you hope for the best. That is not a best practice, folks. okay? It really requires you to take a look at who is in your community, because businesses could be, again, you think of disabled individuals who are basically just, kind of cast aside. And a lot of times people don't even consider them. So it starts with kind of benchmarking, looking at who is in your community and how you can be more inclusive as it pertains to the goods and services that you are procuring. And a lot of times corporations will, I've always been told when I walk into one of these rooms that, you need to think bigger, and you need to be a company that can manage, a global corporate supply chain. Guess what? I don't want to do that. Okay. And I don't think any of the other small businesses in the room want to do that. But what we want is to be able to sustain our businesses within our communities. So I think transparency is also, in terms of a practice, I'm not saying the companies, I don't want to create an environment where people think, oh, to do business with small, local, and diverse suppliers, you need to lower your standards. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you need to think about, why is it that we're being told that in order for us to participate, we have to have this enormous bandwidth, when I think 90% of the small businesses are owned by sole proprietors and very small businesses, like with under 10 employees. So that is a barrier. So just thinking about that, okay, can we be more inclusive? Looking at things like one of the other panelists talked about, like the education component. Looking at, are we setting up situations where it's so difficult not only to get in, but to stay in? Looking at your payment process. This is something that we're going through right now, where we're in the middle of a pandemic and we still have corporate suppliers paying small businesses 90, 120 days, in some cases 6 months late. Why? That is just not, that whole conversation is tied to capital, and it's another barrier where it's like, okay, well, in order for you to do business with us, you have to extend us credit for 90, 120 days. That's not reasonable. So again, my recommendation is start with why, and really think about, because to your point, Simone, this is not something that's going to happen overnight. It takes a strategic plan to think about who you are as an organization. What is it that you're looking to accomplish? At what level can you create opportunities within your own community? And I'm working on some projects where it started very small, where they started looking at like the local dry cleaner, the deli, the deli, and those small businesses, and saying, you know what, they don't have to be global suppliers. Everybody eats lunch, right? We have these business meetings all the time. Why don't we bring in a local baker? Or why don't we bring in a local transportation company to help us? Or why don't we bring in the sole proprietor who's doing leadership training? It's just being more purposeful. And then when those companies come in, helping them to succeed through mentorship and a transparent process.
This is so good. I do not want it to end. So good. Let me first say congratulations to you as well, Jean, on your well-deserved award. You all can see what's happening here. We've got a talented group of panelists. And I'm going to say to Garrett and Tamika and Ray that maybe we need a diversity day just to unpack this a bit more, because it feels short and sweet. So many good things you say there. I feel like it is the right thing to do, and that's what I feel, because I go back to the love that Arthur talked about and just human love. I feel that I want people to know that this is the right thing to do, but also to put on the lens of how do we look at it holistically. So I love each of the pieces of what you are all saying. And what I got from yours, Jean, mostly was around really the thinking, spending time thinking it through. And the solid examples that you brought up that hit home for me as a small business solopreneur as well is just processes. Think about your processes in terms of how you are unintentionally causing barriers, and being less than inclusive. Because if you put that onto the small business where we've got to jump through, the portal and and being solvent and have access to wait for you to pay us, then it can be challenging. So good. I do want to take the opportunity to see if there are any questions there, at least one question that I can pull in to the conversation. Any questions? Someone asked the question very briefly, panelists, about what are your thoughts about mentoring? Any one of the panelists want to share some commentary around mentoring and how that works as a part of their strategy?
I'll just comment that in terms of, small, diverse suppliers, mentoring is absolutely critical. It's one of the reasons why my business is a success, because we had a mentor and we were able to learn all those things that you can nobody teaches you in school, how to interact with a vendor, or the invoice process, or the politics around working with large corporations. So I think mentorship is critical. And I think as a small business community, like when we succeed, we should think about, mentoring that next company. It shouldn't just be a corporate initiative. It should be us thinking, all right, now I've got my first contract. How can I, include another diverse supplier as part of it? So I think mentorship is critical.
Can I just say really quickly? So we don't have a formal mentorship program at my place of business at Marrakesh. However, we do mentorship for our employees and the people we support. We are looking into developing a formal mentorship, but we all have mentors. Like I had a mentor, I've been there for going on 25 years, and I wouldn't have been able to be as successful in my career there without those mentors along the way. So we do it. It's just not in a formal mentoring program, but we do have it at Marrakesh. We do mentor one another.
Yeah, and I want to say it's wonderful that so many companies are offering the mentoring opportunities. Because if I think about Goldman Sachs and their training program, and these different companies with these training programs that now during the COVID or pandemic times, they're offering access to it, and it's an easier opportunity to get in and pick up the learning. So my hat's on mentoring as well. Arthur, were you going to say something as well?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's interesting because a few years back, I had a conversation with Dr. Nancy Boyd Franklin. Nancy Boyd Franklin and her husband, AJ Franklin, are some of the leading counseling psychologists that came out of Columbia and Boston College and around diversity, equity, inclusion. Before this was a term, counseling psychology sort of was the academic discipline that was really cultivating the practice that many corporations are using. So they mentored a lot of the students and professionals that are doing this work now. And I was having a conversation with her, and she's at Rutgers now. She said, in her 30 years of doing community empowerment work, and I asked her, what does she think we need to change the plight, the predicament? And she said, the one thing that I feel is necessary is mentorship, literally, for young Black and brown women, young Black and brown men, and Black children and adults. She said mentorship. And that touched me, because even when I shared the best practices of building this ecosystem for entrepreneurship, and they talk about economic mobility with the Urban Institute, some of the factors like, access to resources, access to capital, access to the terminologies, to the language, has been a real critical deficit in determining equity. So mentors can come in and be proximate. When we're building this work, when we're doing this work, when you're coming out of your organizations and going into the community and sharing professional development techniques, leadership development techniques, sharing financial instruments, sharing different business structures, that mediating of resources through mentorship is key. So I'm glad you asked that question, because I think we cannot do any of this with some type of formalized and informal networks of mentorship.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, this has been so enlightful, and thanks for ending us on such a good note, Arthur. We are going to have to wrap up, and we will continue this conversation in the Zoom lounge. I want to thank Denise, Jean, and Arthur for being excellent panelists, and the Chamber for this opportunity to shine a light on, such an important topic. Thank you so much.
Simone, thank you so much. And to everyone on the panel, I agree. It was a great session. We do want to let everyone know you can continue the conversation. The panelists are going to join us over in the Zoom lounge. That's our networking room, sponsored by the Energy Efficiency Programs at UI and Southern Connecticut Gas. So the link will be appearing in the chat. If you haven't seen it yet, click on that. That will take you to the Zoom networking room where you can continue this conversation, and they'll be able to see your faces and you can ask your questions as well. So again, Simone and panel, thank you so much. We're excited to get on to our next session. Again, you can stay right where you are on the agenda, or if you want to advance on the Whova web portal, you can go into the Women's Power Panel session. But we're excited to bring in our Women's Power Panel. This morning, we have a great lineup for you again, and Laura Hutchinson is going to join us as our moderator, and this presentation is put on by Key Bank and Key for Women, Navigating Resiliency While Leading Others Through Crises, Power of Resources, Power of Networking, and the Power of Platform. And again, thank you to Key Bank and Key for Women, and also News 8 WTNH. And Laura, I think you're there. And if I turned on your video, great. Thank you, and thanks for hosting us with us.
Hi, Garrett. Well, thank you so much for having me and doing this still. What a weird time we're living in right now, honestly. And I'm just so grateful that we're still able to continue events like this. I know that this has been a struggle for a lot of charities, a lot of other events, whether to actually move forward with what you do annually. So I'm just really glad that you've come up with this virtual way of doing things and that we can still continue this panel, because I think more than ever we need it, honestly. I mean, this is really what this is about, is helping each other. I know when I did this event a couple of years ago, it was really like business basics, you know, and just some key takeaways. But now we're living in, we've totally turned the page and we're in a totally different chapter of life that we'll never forget now. And now more than ever, I think we need each other's support. So I'm really excited about this. So thank you, of course, to the Greater New Haven Chamber and the Quinnipiac Chambers for putting this on. Key Bank's Key for Women, you mentioned as well. Latinas in Power and Lavos as well for your contributions to this. Really just so happy to have this. And we have a great panel. And for people who are watching us right now, I just want to let you know that everyone's bios are available to you, which you can read. So we'll save you from going through the details of everyone, but I do encourage you to go through the details yourself and read about everyone. But I will just introduce our panel quickly so you know who we have here. We do have Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz with us this morning. Thank you so much for being here. You're going to be an asset in this conversation.
Hi, did you see it in the chat?
No, my chat went out. Can you put it back in? I don't see. I hit the Hoover link. I don't know.
Difficult time, and I think
but it won't let me in. It's saying that I got to sign.
I think I'm hearing someone there. Okay.
I think we got it covered. Yeah.
I think we're good now.
All right, very good. And Marilyn Alvario, founder and CEO of Latinas in Power. So happy to have you here today. Courtney Jinjika, East Territory Retail Executive, Key Bank, and Patricia Melton here, Executive Director of New Haven Promise. So we really have a great panel. And some of us have already had the chance to chat outside of this panel. And we were just feeling inspired and ready to go for today. So I think we're ready to go. Listen, for our audience too, we want to start with a poll question, because this is really about engagement. I think everybody gets the most out of this when you can ask your own questions and get feedback and kind of get our brains moving. So for our audience, we're going to put up a poll question for you that we want you to answer first, and then we'll circle back around with the results later. And that poll question is up on your screen now. What is the first thing you do when facing a crisis? Many of us facing a crisis this year. Step back and see the big picture, slow down my thoughts to identify a clear plan, immediately spring into action with a plan, seek counsel and wisdom from others. And be honest here, because we all know we are not perfect. No, none of us are perfect in our reactions to certain events. But I think we'll actually start there, because this state really got flipped upside down when this pandemic struck, and it's really impacted businesses Let's start with the Lieutenant Governor on our conversation. First, thank you so much for giving us your time here.
I'm honored to be with this distinguished group of women. Thank you for having me.
Well, let's start with the poll question, because obviously we're all facing a bit of a crisis, probably at home, in our personal lives, in work, in business. So what do you do? And as someone who much of the state looks to for guidance, what do you do?
Well, I'll tell you that, first of all, we have an incredibly diverse team of cabinet secretaries, and the governor and I meet with them regularly. I chair the Governor's Council on Women and Girls, and the 27 people who are our commissioners are part of that. And we established that because we wanted to make sure women were empowered. The governor also will meet regularly with his cabinet members, and they're a diverse group. So we have almost half women, many people of color. We have a very historically diverse group of leaders that I think has helped us lead really well. And when this pandemic struck, one of the big, I'll just give you one example. We wanted to collaborate with our biggest hospitals because we were very concerned that our hospitals would be overwhelmed very quickly. And so we immediately got the heads of Yale, Hartford Healthcare, and other health networks working with us and with one another to share resources so there wouldn't be shortages of ventilators or PPE. So that was our first, one of the first things that we did. And the other thing that I think that the governor and I have done very consistently is reached out to the business community and the nonprofit community, because we have found that when our citizens have needs, that the business community and nonprofits will step up in a big way. And here's just two examples. When the pandemic struck and we needed a lot of testing, the governor gave the CEO of CVS a call and said, hey, we need more testing. Can you help us? And CVS immediately started to do big testing drives in particular locations where there were hotspots. And we also reached out to community health centers who would go where people were, like go to Rentschler Field where thousands of people were gathering to go pick up food. Why not get a COVID test while you're there? So what we've been impressed with is how the business and corporate communities have been able to step up and be of help when we ask. They've been fabulous partners, as have our nonprofits.
Okay, thank you for that. And I encourage any of our panelists to jump in at any time and add to the conversation as well. But you know, one thing that we're all dealing with here is that we're people at the end of the day, and this has been a personal struggle for a lot of us at home. And there's this kind of, you know, image, I know as like women in leadership roles, as you all are, we try to keep it all together, whether it's the family and the business, and make it look like nothing is going to bring us down, you know, but this has certainly been a trying year. So I really open this up to you, the Lieutenant Governor, but also our entire panel. You know, what has this been like for you as a person? And anybody can jump in here, just kind of juggling what has been a very difficult year for all of us, and we can all agree on that.
Laura, this is Courtney Janjika, and I'm willing to share. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
One of the mantras that we took on at Key Bank from our esteemed consumer bank president was to be humans first and bankers second. And I loved that. I brought that mantra into my home in thinking about handling conversations with kids that were now remote learning, with two partners, my spouse being at home and working and not interrupting each other, and really taking the time to evaluate our family calendar our life calendar, if you will, and deciding how we were going to spend our time. But with that thought of just extra precaution and asking the question, you know, what does today look like for you? How can I make it better? How can I support you? And then we took that into our branches. So you see that I'm sitting in a virtual branch for KeyBank. So we wanted to be humans first to our clients as well. Small business clients were calling us with real problems, clients who couldn't pay their mortgages. And we weren't selling them things. We were there being humans, listening to what was going on, and then responding with solutions.
So you are an interesting perspective. And I was thinking of you when I saw the panel, because you must be dealing with a lot of struggles actually from your clients who have had job loss, businesses who are shutting down or navigating whether they need to shut down. How do you navigate your own business while maintaining the empathy for what your customers are going through? And I think that that's something that a lot of businesses right now are faced with as they struggle to stay afloat, while also having empathy with the people who they rely on to keep them in business.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So a couple of things. So first of all, as an essential business, we closed down our lobbies and we were assisting our clients through the drive up as well as our appointment capability. We had to pivot overnight to deploy the PPP program for over 40,000 small businesses that were relying on us to fund that payroll protection program. And we used technology, a little word we like to call phygital. So we were certainly available physically if they wanted to come in and work with us, but we also opened up a portal to deploy that program. And we continue to use that through our forgiveness process as well. So it was, we transformed overnight. We now have all of these virtual branch capabilities. And we know that it's important to be able to see your banker eye to eye, whether that's in person or now available over Zoom.
Wow. And let's bring in Patricia and Marilyn as well. Go ahead.
Yes, as New Haven promised, we work with all the public school students, New Haven public schools and the charters. And as you know, our students have been and our families have been impacted drastically with having virtual learning. So we've had to, you know, really listen and pivot along with them and get feedback. So we've been doing things virtually, having actual virtual sessions, from FAFSA sessions to information sessions, and really working with all of our nonprofit partners. And there are just a wealth of amazing nonprofits here in the city. And I remember when I moved here, there was a joke that we had too many nonprofits. Well, guess what? No, we don't. These nonprofits are just what we need. They know our clients, they know the families, and they've been able to pivot with us. So we really belong to a wonderful network and community that has really wrapped their arms around our students and our families in their most hour of need.
You know, and what I'm hearing, Patricia, I loved the way you just said that. And Courtney, when we're talking about pivoting, we're also talking about agility. We're also talking about changing our attitude on how we do things. And that shift of the mindset shift is so important right now. But also compassion for those that are not as fortunate as we are to maybe still have jobs, to have homes and be able to pay the mortgage, and really having that sensitivity towards others. For me, I created a platform 17 years ago called Latinas in Power, which was really created for Latinas, professional Latinas and entrepreneurs to connect with each other in a spirit of camaraderie, and has grown into this fabulous network that I have today. Every year we hold an annual symposium in person in Hartford, Connecticut. And this year we did have to shift. We did have to move very quickly. I love the, I think in the the questions that were asked, a lot of people selected, like really jumping into action, like what do we need to do to change quickly? And I loved the fact that we were able to do that. And now, as a result of that, we were able to take what was really a Northeast-based platform nationally and globally to reach women from all over the world. And one of the things that I wanted to do, because I wanted to show compassion, is we normally charge, and we made it free for everyone because we wanted for people to see that they're not alone and that we're all in this. My t-shirt says, "Together we can." And I just really believe that working together, and women are so resilient. When we talk about the power of resilience, that's what I hear coming from Courtney and Patricia right now, is that we know what to do. We know how to jump into action. And we have been able to do that through our various platforms that we've all created to build the network that is needed.
And if I could just take off on some of the points that Marilyn has just made so eloquently, I think I think it's important to always ask. Wherever you are, if you see a need, you have to ask others to help you fill that need. And what is incredible to me about this whole pandemic experience is the generosity of the people of Connecticut. I have never seen anything like what I have seen when I have gone to food distribution lines at Rentschler Field in Hartford. When I went and saw 1,800 cars waiting in line for food, that is something that you will never, ever forget. But here's the thing, so many people either stepped up in a big way to contribute. Individuals, companies contributed so that Food Share and Food Bank can do what they do, but also people who couldn't contribute contributed their time and volunteered. Every distribution, you would see dozens of volunteers handing out food. It is, that is remarkable. So when there's a need, we have to remember as leaders, as business owners, in whatever sector we are, public, private, or nonprofit, if there's a need, we have to ask, because what is amazing is how generous people are, and they will step up. So yes, together we can. That is how I know, the governor and I know, that the state's going to get through this because people have really, really come together and been so generous with their time and with their resources.
Yeah, and how about resources that are available too that people might not have realized? You make a good point that we have a hard time asking for help. So we don't necessarily know what's out there too, if something is available. And I'm sure there are resources for businesses or people who are struggling and they just don't know about it, right?
So there are, and I just want to give one, and I bet every one of the panelists can give others. So one huge resource for businesses is the Women's Business Development Center. They're located in Stamford, but they have offices all over the state, and they have business counselors that are available by phone to help people apply for PPP, the HEDCO loan program, the state of Connecticut bridge loan program. What's amazing about the business counselors there is they can help the smallest businesses, women-owned, minority-owned, owned by white men, doesn't matter. They will help small businesses, and they're just incredible. And so that's just one huge resource out there. You need a business plan. You need to know what corporate status you should have. You need to know how to apply for different types of assistance. There are so many resources available, and they were just great in helping people navigate at the state level and at the federal level.
That's so great. And oh, go ahead, Marilyn.
No, I was just going to say that for businesses, I have worked with that group. They're phenomenal. They've done workshops at my event, and they just are so, they have the right information at the right time. I was thinking about women in careers. LinkedIn is so underutilized. It just blows me away when someone says to me, oh yeah, I heard about that. I'm like, no, get your profile in there. It is so critical. It is the way that businesses are connecting. It is the way that recruiters are connecting for positions. If you're not sure what you want to do, go in there and build your profile. It is one of the most underutilized tools that I've ever seen, and it is so powerful. So if you don't have a LinkedIn profile, go out there today and build one quickly. And I'll even endorse you.
Yeah, social media is huge too. And I know that there's a lot of groups on Facebook, I'm sure, that people can join as well, just to connect with other businesses as well. Does anybody know of any good groups or anything like that you're finding good resources in? LinkedIn is a great resource. And Courtney, I know too that you can probably mention some programs available that people may not realize if you're struggling either to get into a home or get out of a home, or there's a lot of free help out there too, right? And
yeah, thanks, Laura. Two things that the bank is doing and partnering with many of these nonprofits on is, first of all, our Key for Women program, particularly with this challenging economic environment. We're there to help our members apply for those PPP loans and work towards that forgiveness, as well as evaluate their lending needs and continued networking virtually as well. And we also pivoted our Key at Work program, which, to your point, we talk about all aspects of financial wellness for employees and for nonprofit members. And we've used that program even in situations where someone may no longer be employed with a company because of the pandemic environments, but we still offered that financial planning until they get to their next employer. So we've pivoted all of those programs to really, again, be human first and banker second, but be a resource for the community. It is our focus to help communities thrive. And one additional thing that I think the bank did that was really neat, our teams, our bankers came to us and said, we want to help as well. And we've always had a traditional nonprofit matching program, but KeyBank really stepped up and they implemented a 2-for-1 matching gift program so that our employees could give that much more to COVID-19 relief efforts through the nonprofit community.
Love it. And Patricia, I'm sure that you come up with a number of community events too that are really working in the community.
Yes, I mean, what's really critical for our families is to really be tuned in. So I must really commend the communications companies that have made sure that there's been internet, because that's our sort of COVID talking drum. And it's really important because to stay safe, we need to know where we're going if we need to get resources, whether it's to the food bank or working through the community youth department of the city of New Haven or the public school district. These are really great resources. And I find that our families are relying more so on our local municipalities and the daily briefing that both the governor does there in Hartford, as well as our mayor Elliker does here in the city. So that really is the most important thing, because as our families look for those resources, they need to be safe when they come out. So it's really important that this information is out there on the internet, and they have been utilizing that.
Yep. And I could just say to Patricia's point, one of the things that was very disturbing that we saw was when kids were at home from March through June, 176,000 kids, which is a third of our students statewide, never logged on to their lessons. And that was just not okay. And so the governor reached out, and the Dalio Foundation stepped up in a big way and pledged over $41 million to buy not just the laptops, so that every child, every student had a laptop, particularly in alliance districts like New Haven and Hartford and Bridgeport, but also that they had internet hotspots, because a computer won't help you if you don't have connectivity. To Patricia's point, and what we found when the Dalio family did that is students were doing things like completing their family's census online, for their parents, and they were watching food distribution and where COVID testing was, and all of these things that are critical to public health and to wellness.
Now that feels like a silver lining right there, that the technology is going out there, and that, we're having this literacy step up too. I mean, we're really improving in a way that we are forced to improve, that we really didn't plan on. And I think that that's another important factor here, is focusing in on something. Now, there's a lot we want to go revert back to normal, right? I mean, we want to be able to hug our relatives again. We'd love to be able to have our group activities. But there are some things I think many of us might want to stay. Maybe we're seeing some good come of this. And as you're talking about kids learning remotely too, do you think that any of this might continue in the future, even when we have a vaccine and we are getting back to what's normal, so to speak?
I absolutely will be continuing the platform that we've created this year, the virtual platform. This year, we ended up with 5 different events. Next year, we're planning on doing one every single month to continue to build the network. What we're hearing from women is that sometimes they don't know how to become part of a network. And so showing people how to, the power of networking with each other, what it can, how it opens up the door to resources and information and connection with other people. I have to compliment the Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce for the app that they used for this event, Wovia, whatever it's called, but I signed up for a demo. It is just one of the best networking apps that I have seen out there. So things like this that we're starting to feel comfortable with, like people were uncomfortable with some things, and now we're becoming more comfortable with them. And that's one of the silver linings that I see through the virtual platform. But for us, we have a in-person event scheduled for June 3rd at the Marriott, our annual symposium, and we're holding the date, hoping the vaccine comes through, but realistically knowing that we may have to, run a virtual event again. And so because of this, we have found that we are able to engage so much more with people from all over, especially those that just don't know how to reach out, that they feel a little bit more comfortable and a little bit anonymous behind the scenes, and being able to participate in events like this today and still be able to get the information but not put themselves out there. So we're hopefully building that network.
I second that, building up on what Marilyn has said. Promise is a place-based program that, serves our students here in the city. And we have other cities, Bridgeport, Waterbury, Stanford, families there who really would like to access our services. So now that we're online, we've been, again, having these FAFSA sessions and financial aid sessions, and we now have students and families attending anytime, any place. So we will have sessions in the morning, we'll have sessions in the evening. No longer do parents have to gather their kids up, feed them, go to the school. They're able to sit in the comfort of their home and the security of their home and actually participate in something that's this important. So we've seen that representation of participation across the entire state. So we now have families participating, all over the state. So that's really opened it up. And I would say that's absolutely a silver lining, that we'll continue to use this platform in the future.
And I would just say that women, and the panel knows this, right? Because you're also good at it. Women are great multitaskers. And what is amazing about these platforms like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and others is, for me, in a normal world, I would be driving somewhere, to New London, to New Haven, to Litchfield in the course of a day. And I feel like I've gotten so much extra time to talk to constituents, to work on issues because of this ability to just meet and not have to drive, an hour and a half to another meeting. So I have to say that this is very time saving and efficient. And I think all of us females appreciate that.
Susan, you just said something that reminded me of how much extra time we have. And so what have we been doing with that time, right? I think that one of the workshops that I held in the last symposium that I had in September was self-care, because we constantly are moving as multitasking. We have so much energy and passion and commitment to everything that we're working on that we sometimes forget about ourselves. And so sharing those, tips on how are you taking care of yourself. Now, this may seem very silly, but for me, the first thing that I did when COVID hit, and I'm a remote worker and have been, but my office was in the back of the house. And the first thing I did is I said, well, if I'm going to, really be able to feel positive about this, I moved my entire office to a sunroom where I could look out to the backyard. And it made such a big difference in how I started my day and, what I was able to accomplish, but also wanted to hear from other women as to how are you doing self-care? How are you taking care of yourself? We have so many responsibilities with children. I mean, I'm fortunate, I'm a single woman. And I don't have those responsibilities, but think about the women that are juggling like the children and the job and all of the rest of the stuff that they need to do. How are they taking care of themselves? I'd love to hear, any tips that are out there to continue on being able to learn more about the importance of of self-care.
Well, I'll say this, Marilyn, because, getting back to multitasking and the ability to do a lot. So I find myself cooking at home a lot more, and I love to cook. And often I will be on municipal leadership calls with the governor and all of the mayors and first selectmen, and that call is usually at 5 o'clock. So usually when I am the moderator of one of those calls, I put myself on mute because I will be chopping vegetables for dinner while I'm doing that. But what a pleasure. If I don't have to drive around the state everywhere every day, then I have more time to make dinner for my family.
Yeah, thank you so much for all the great points. I wanted to add in a few things around that as well. I think it's allowed us to prioritize things differently. I'm a spa girl myself, and I had to order the spa to come to me. But how that fits into self-care, I think also fits into financial wellness and what keeps you up at night. Many people, KeyBank's been touting financial wellness for a long time, but it was hard when people didn't really have anything going wrong. They didn't know that they didn't have everything going right either. So just as you have that spa appointment, we've now made it with this virtual branch, the ability for you to meet with your banker, whether we're in a pandemic or not, and evaluate your situation. Make sure you're not paying too much, and make sure you're saving where you can, and regiment that just like the spa. So, and for me personally, I also like to craft as my downtime. That's my little bit of peace to hide in the closet and craft right now. So, great conversation here.
I have to say, I've really been enjoying the nice weather that we've had too. I don't know how it's happened, but we've gotten so lucky this year that it's made it very walkable. And I'm actually a new mom. One of my struggles this year personally is that I had a baby in January. My dad lives in a nursing facility, and so he was able to meet my son briefly, but he hasn't been able to see him now since February because he's it's just window visits at this point, just for safety. And so that's been a big emotional struggle for me this year. And I've found, raising a baby in a pandemic, working these overnight hours that I do work here, I have made a point to feel very grateful for what I do have around me, and the support system that I do have with family who is in our bubble, so to speak. Being able to ask for a little bit of help, being able to walk my dog. I remember, walking my dog was always a nice activity for me, but now more than ever, I think it's a necessity in my life, just because the fresh air and just being able to work through, what I have going on as well, and how I can be a better mom and, still bring my A game to work each day while not sleeping very much or teething right now. So if any of you have been through that, just kind of trying to work through it, I have found that walking my dog and taking walks and enjoying the nice weather, that I don't know how we've gotten it. To be honest, it's been very mild late in the year. It feels like a gift. And I have recognized that gift and taken advantage of it and gotten outside a lot more this year than I think I normally would.
To Marilyn and Courtney's point, I think the other silver lining in the pandemic has been families and individuals have been doing a lot of walking, running outside, biking, doing outdoor activities with one another. I know my husband and I walk every day, and we see dozens more people than we would normally see or we had seen before. And also, we go walking routinely in state parks, and we have seen many, many families taking advantage of state parks who might not have done that before. It's a great family thing. It's also really great for you and to be out there exercising. And as you point out, the weather has really cooperated.
It's true.
Gratitude and bonding, that seems to be like the gift that has been given to so many of us. And so with gratitude, I'm so glad you brought that up, because there are such simple things now that we are so grateful for. Rocking the dog. So I have a COVID puppy. She's right next to me right now, a little rescue. And her name is Lily Pad. And my gosh, she has brought so much joy into my life.
Can't we see her? Can you show us?
Yes.
Yes, we need to see.
Come on, if we're going to talk, we might as well see
Lily.
it. Oh!
This is my little COVID puppy. She's 5 months old today. She's a rescue. So, that's one thing I did. The second thing I did to treat myself was that I joined a writing group, a women's writing group. And it's been so wonderful, because the assignments were to just spend 15 minutes writing about something, whether it's a person, a scenario. And what I was surprised at is what I was writing about, like things in my life that I remembered and that I appreciated. So that additional layer of the gift that we've been given of the time and of being able to stop and just be really appreciative of the little things in our lives. Through my new writing group, we continued it. We're calling ourselves Writing Angels Group, so WAG. And we meet every Tuesday, and we just, share the stories with each other. I wouldn't have been doing that before, but taking that time, and I'm so grateful for that. So thanks for bringing up the idea of gratitude.
So that raises a good question. You mentioned this writing group, and there's a lot of clubs out there that people could be a part of. And I think one thing that we're all guilty of is saying, I don't have time for this. I would do this, but ... And we've all ingrained ourselves that we just can't add anything. But when it does bring you such joy, you see in others that, wait, maybe there is time for that. So how do you find time? How do you find a group? How do you join something? How do you go about finding these groups and clubs, and even in a networking sense too? That's just so much for your life.
You know, I usually put women in the search. And there's so much that pops up. I mean, that's my biggest tip is I put in women, I put in Latinas, of course, a lot, because, you know, that's, as a Latina, I'm always looking for other Latinas that are like-minded and that are doing similar things that I'm doing so that we can connect. But women, forget it. There's a ton of stuff out there.
I have found this summer, you know, as you were saying, Laura, the gift that we've had in beautiful weather. So getting outside, and you know, I developed a passion for biking this summer, and connected with several groups. Who knew there were so many bikers out there? But if you go to a bike shop, you will realize that there are no bikes in the bike shops, and you know, that has been really fulfilling, and it's really brought me in contact with a lot of different groups that are right here in the city and throughout the state. And amazingly enough, this summer I biked about 1,600 miles.
I am so
I'm really
envious.
looking forward to next year. But that's
so envious.
That's really an amazing community here in the state.
And I'll put another idea out. So I grew up on a farm. So my husband and I love growing vegetables, but we don't grow everything. But we did a lot of tomatoes and basil and peppers. But the other thing we really like doing is going to farmers markets and to farms in Connecticut. And we are so blessed to have those. And, you know, there are so many really great farm markets. For example, Bishop's in Guilford, Lyman's Orchard in Middlefield. Go to the Ag Department's website and check out farms, because especially when grocery stores were so packed with people and food was getting scarce, we really tried to focus on going to farm markets and stores run by local people. And that is one of the benefits, I think, of living in our state. We have so many farms. And the other thing, and this is really fun, that we have more than 40 wineries across the state. And a lot of them, and this was great in the summertime, the Ag Commissioner and I visited a number of wineries, and there are beautiful wineries all across the state, and they all adapted really quickly to being able to serve wine outdoors. And there are a lot of wineries that would allow you to, you know, bring a picnic if you wanted, bring your own food, or sold food there. And so many families were out enjoying Connecticut wine and beer, because breweries have done the same thing. So something to explore.
Susan, you just reminded me of how important it is for us to support local businesses and all of the restaurants and the local retail stores. I live in Essex Village, and there's a little sign on one of the stores that said, shop here instead of online. I mean, like, you know, we have to support, you know, these businesses that we want them to be there when we're, you know, when this is over. So for me, I've made an extra effort to make sure that even if I don't need something, that I'm going to a store instead of, I know Amazon, I'm addicted, but you know, to try to resist a little bit and go to the store and purchase locally, those local retail stores. So
and
important.
that is such a good point, because we will be celebrating Shop Small Saturday, right, over the Thanksgiving weekend. So please, please, please do what Maryland's, yeah, so not this weekend, Thanksgiving weekend, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the traditional, you know, Black Friday, Saturday. Don't go to the big malls. Don't be on Amazon. Please, please, please visit all of those great little shops. My hometown is Middletown. Come check out Main Street Market. Really, really, isn't that great?
Yeah, I love Middletown.
West Hartford Center, downtown New Haven, of course, so many great places to get your Christmas gifts.
Yeah. And, you know, even I always really appreciate when I go into a restaurant and they buy their produce from different local farmers. I like hearing about that. like for example, like Rooster in Newington, the menu has all these different farms, and they kind of explain where they get certain things from. And I just really love that because I like being able to support local also. And Marilyn, you and Susan both speaking locally here, but also going forward. So is there a way to find out which businesses are offering different services? Because we'd all like to support local, right? I mean, many of us just don't know about some businesses that are out there too. I don't know if there is a better way to streamline or find out more about businesses in Connecticut. What's out there? How any tips and ideas for just learning more about what's available and what's out there?
Well, I know
Laura, I'd love that.
There are some online resources. Once again, so many of the nonprofits have been supporting the restaurants in their virtual fundraisers, and saying that you can get a dinner and something that ties in, and so folks come in and get that. So that's been really thriving. But I think there is a minority supplier directory that is online. There's probably a women's directory out there, women-owned businesses, and I'm sure there are a lot of things there, even at the State Department small business website, and even with the Chamber of Commerce, there definitely are directories there as well.
Yeah, I love, I'm from Glastonbury. I love the farm theme. I like the local flower farm as well. We rode our bikes there this summer. But the town pages are having small business days where people can advertise their small business and share how we can help. I'm going to use the word intentional about, to your point, Susan, where you shop, where you eat, and making an adventure out of the small things, whether it's walking to the farm or going to the Christmas tree farm versus, going to the big lot this holiday season.
I love that. All right. Well, we are getting to, believe it or not, it's 11:45. So I'm thinking now I would really like to open up our question and answer too, because I know that there are some people who are going to want to ask you guys questions before our time is up. But first, let's get a look at that poll question that we asked in the beginning as well. Oh, and somebody is mentioning too the passport program too with the wineries. That's right. That's a good point.
There's a similar program for craft breweries, and we have more than 100 craft breweries, and I'd like to say more in the hopper.
Oh, I love it. That's great. All right, here we go. This is our poll question that we asked in the beginning. So what do you do when you're facing a crisis? It looks like more people step back and see the big picture. Wow, that's great that the majority of people answered that way. Let's see. I'll be honest. I answered the last one, seek counsel and wisdom from others, because I just like to hear how other people work through issues. Immediately spring into action 22. So it looks like we had some participants there, but it was the first one that had the most. All right. That's great. And I think we are going to try to get into our question and answer session as well, so that we can have some of your questions answered. And Garrett, I think, are you going to help us out with that? Go into that chat.
Yeah, Laura, I can. And so we'll just let everyone know, if you have questions, please put them in the chat. It's been a great conversation. Appreciate all of our panelists, including the Lieutenant Governor, being with us this morning. So again, if you have questions, put them in the chat. I know not everyone could participate in the poll because technology, we're using a web conference platform, and just through Zoom, it didn't completely transfer over. So I'm sure a lot of people had thoughts on that poll question as well. So if you didn't have a chance to answer that, maybe if you have a question, or give us your comment about what you feel is the best way to deal with a crisis. Oh, go ahead.
There was a question on the, how do you pronounce it? Whova app for this panel. The question was, what is your favorite TED Talk? Like, which is your favorite TED Talk? And I was thinking about that, and there is a for me, there is a young Latina out of Texas. Oh gosh, I forgot her name. I'm going to put it in the chat. But one of the things that she talks about, oh yeah, her name is Michaela Olivares. She does a TED Talk at Olivares. And what she talks about is living in two worlds. As a Latina, being in a bicultural and a bilingual world, and like navigating between those two. And so I was listening to her the other day, and she's like, I don't know, 18 years old, but she speaks so eloquently. Just reminded me of how many young women are out there that are stepping up and that are really trying to like get themselves, you know, their message out there, and to help write the narrative about women, because often the narrative of women are written for us. And so I just feel like it's so empowering when we're writing our own narrative. But anyway, so that I just wanted to share with whoever asked that question that is my favorite TED Talk.
And I just want to say that Maryland has done the same thing that President-elect Biden has done. He's bringing 2 sheltered dogs to the White House. They're German Shepherds. How cool is that? And apparently there's never been a sheltered dog in the White House. And of course, Kamala Harris is going to be our vice president. So couldn't let this Women's Power panel finish without mentioning that. And while we're waiting for questions, if there are any, the other thing that I was thinking about as I was preparing for this panel is the power of your peers in helping in a crisis. So the governor is part of the Governors Association, the National Governors Association, and I am part of the National Lieutenant Governors Association, and each has Democrat and Republican members. And heretofore, prior to pandemic, we would meet a couple times a year in Washington, D.C. or somewhere else, and we would all gather and try to learn about best practices and things that we could learn from one another, from see what's happening in other states, and see what we could do that would help. And so what we found during the pandemic, first of all, you couldn't travel. So we started having meetings of the National Lieutenant Governors Association monthly, and the Democratic wing of that would meet every 2 weeks or even every week, so that our peers who are leaders all across the country would be on the call talking about their state's response and creative solutions. And I found that to be extremely helpful. And also that our governor routinely talks to Governor Cuomo, Governor Baker, Governor Raimondo, Governor Murphy, all the Northeastern governors, and that is just so helpful. So I would just say, as any of our listeners are, thinking about what challenges they're facing, reach out to your peers, because what I found in business, because I was in the private sector when I wasn't serving in public office, I would find my colleagues and peers always very helpful and very generous with their time and suggestions too.
All right.
Garrett, I saw the comment about because of being a parent, not being able to go to in-person networking in the past. And I think, again, this will be a silver lining of the pandemic, that in the future, although I hope we can get back together in person, I still think there will be availability virtually to attend some of these events. So more of a hybrid model. We're certainly thinking about that with what we're offering through the bank and our Key for Women program, and the nonprofits that we work with as well. So I'm excited about the future of networking being a hybrid model.
And another question I put in there too, how can we navigate the power structure without being referred to with negative and demeaning terms? And I'm speaking from the questionnaire standpoint, being a woman in business.
Power. Oh my gosh. I mean, for me, the whole idea of power has always been like, I wanted to demystify the idea of power through Latinas in Power, because growing up, I always had the image of power being that a white silver-haired man had growing up. That was the image that would conjure up in my head. And then as I grew up and I went to school and got exposed to the real world, I realized that we all have power, which is why I created Latinas and Power. It's not in power. I wanted to talk about the idea that each one of us has power and that it's all relevant in terms of how we express that. However, I think it's very interesting on how we're referred to sometimes when we exert our power, that we are sometimes seen more as, what's that? There's a term, I'm not going to use it here, that is referred to us sometimes in terms of how we are viewed by others when we are exerting our power in as women. That's just my 2 bits on that.
I would say, Promise has funded about 2,000 scholars over these last 10 years. Most of them, about 65-70% of those are young women. And I'm really encouraged by the leadership opportunities and the challenges that these young women bring to the table in terms of their voice and their agency. And I think that those shifts are starting to happen. I certainly see it in this upcoming generation. And I think, the work that we do and the shoulders that we've stood on, and now that we have a woman VP, I think that, that's like a cement ceiling that has been shattered. And I think, there's just going to be a lot of opportunity. And it's just really important that we hold our institutions accountable for developing that leadership and having those models there and those opportunities there for our young women who are coming through the pipeline and our young boys as well, because I think I see promise in both these genders who are coming up in that next generation.
And I want to add to that, Patricia, in 2 ways. First, I think we're already starting to see the future. And I say that because there is a kid governor election every year, and 5th graders across the state of Connecticut will come up with a platform. And it's anything from environmental protection, LGBTQ rights, healthcare. They have had amazing platforms. Well, for the past 5 years that the kid governor election has been held, every kid governor was a girl. I'm just saying that's going to be predictive of the future. So that's number one. I'm excited about our young people. But the other thing that I wanted to mention about how do you make sure that businesses are making sure that they are diverse and inclusionary. And I want to point out the Paradigm for Parity program. So there are companies that have pledged by 2030 to have half of their boards of directors be women and half of their corporate officers, their top officers in the C-suite be women. And when I learned about that, I helped to recruit 10 companies, and they include Stanley Black & Decker, Aetna CVS, Synchrony Bank, Ion, Key Bank. There are a bunch of them. There are 10 of them, and together they represent more than 100,000 employees. And on International Women's Day in March, right before the pandemic struck, we announced that these companies, many of them are based in Connecticut or operate in Connecticut, that they had made that pledge. And I'm still recruiting more, but every company, no matter the size, should be thinking about how they can be more diverse and inclusionary, because if you do, bottom line, you will make more money.
I want to ask one more question from this chat too. Advice looking for advice to advance your career as a young professional and obstacles that you've overcome. So somebody looking for advice to advance their career as a young professional. And one thing I would say before I hand this off is that we're in a pandemic where we have had to see who survives, basically. And I think some of the survival has been adapting to this change. Who's resisting it? And I say resisting by, you mentioned your event in June, Marilyn. Many people have had events that they just kind of keep pushing off, keep pushing off, keep pushing off. I see that you have done both though. You've adapted, but you've also set a date where you hope to get back to it. And I think for young people right now, this is a real learning opportunity that it's always about adapting. It's learning the new technology. It's learning what advances the business as a whole for the greater, rather than just what you're used to being in the norm and not being able to break out of a cycle. I think for young people, this is actually a great time to get into business because you're seeing a whole lot of adaptation, and people who are willing to adjust are really the ones that are going to wind up succeeding at the end of this.
I would say that some of our real gems, they're not really hidden gems, but anyone who has a child who's a senior in high school knows that this is college season. And so, these colleges have moved forward and provided, platforms to do college visits that have been online. There are a lot of practices that I think that the colleges have had to adapt, and they are leading the way. And I think that that will continue to be the case as we move forward. We do an internship and career fair, and no, we are not going to postpone it, because we expect to have internships, whether they're virtual internships, if they're in person, if they're hybrid, whatever there is, we cannot afford to just stop that development. And so our internship fair will be completely virtual and online, but we don't have to venture into that territory alone, because the colleges are all doing virtual recruitment right now. And so there are, lots of models and people who are, just getting out there. And I think this really speaks to our, some of the strengths that our young people already have, which they are digital natives. And, they will help lead the way in terms of how we adapt.
Gosh, Patricia, those are such important points. And Laura, when you were talking about like the skills that young people do need today, there's one that I've been honing in on, which is self-management. As we continue to live in a remote world and having this kind of time, it is critical that we understand how to manage our time, how to manage what we spend time on, and how to measure that if we are actually, accomplishing things, completing things. Young people, sometimes there's so much going on out there, but self-management is a skill set that is going to be needed in the 21st century moving forward.
I agree, Marilyn and Patricia, and I would just add, with this newfound time and this virtual world, I think it's really important to ask for that virtual office visit and network within your company, as well as outside of your company, and just ask what opportunities are available and what skills would be needed to pursue those opportunities. So I think now more than ever, we have the time, and if we prioritize our careers, we can definitely build those relationships.
Now's a good time to be bettering yourself. And I want to just mention too, somebody put this in the group chat, that untapped potential is having a conversation on how to network. So this could be very useful for people. So look them up, RSVP to the event. It's called Lift Each Other Up, Mentor, Mingle, and Panel Discussion, Thursday, November 19th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. So again, that was untapped potential. So look them up for a networking event on Thursday. I think that's great. All right, and if they're free with code GNHCC, that's good.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone. Laura, appreciate it. And to everyone on our panel, great job. I don't know if any of you can stick around for a few minutes, but if you can go over to our Zoom lounge, and any of the participants can go over and continue the conversation with you for a few minutes. I know we're running a little bit late, so if you have to go, understand, but we really do appreciate all of you being part of the panel this afternoon. And so we're continuing now with the Big Connect presented by Comcast Business, and we're on to our final segment here for today. We're talking small business, how to create a business plan and adapting your business strategy. We have a great panel lined up, and we're going to start with Bob Bishop, and I'll pull Bob in here right now. Bob, if you can see me.
I can.
All right, thank you, Bob. And I see we got Joe Williams as well. Welcome, Joe.
Hey, hi, Garrett.
Bob, it's all yours.
Great. So can I get the access to screen share?
You should have it. Try to do it. If you can't, we'll adjust. There you go.
Okay, awesome. Perfect. All right. So I am very excited to be here with our panel this afternoon, and our topic is how to create a business plan and adapting your business strategy. And very timely for where we are today. And I want to take a moment and go through our panel and allow them to do a brief introduction of themselves. So I will start with Joe Williams. Joe, would you can give us a brief introduction?
Hey, thanks, Bob. My name is Joe Williams. I am the business advisor assigned to the New Haven Chamber through the Connecticut Small Business Development Center, which is a collaboration between the Small Business Administration, the Department of Economic and Community Development, which is now housed at the University of Connecticut at Storr School of Business.
Great, thank you. And then next, I would like to introduce Marissa Gandelman and have her give us a brief introduction. Hi, Marissa.
Hi, Bob. My name is Marissa Gandelman. I'm a massage therapist here in New Haven, Connecticut, and I own Elm City Wellness, which is a couple of wellness centers here in our city.
Thank you. Great to have you join us. Next, both from Red Rock Branding, but we'll start with Glenn McDermott. Is Glenn here?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having us, and welcome to the session this afternoon. We hope it's informative and instructive. My video is not working because I don't have privileges at this point, so I will, hopefully I'll be granted soon, and I'll pass it on to Eleanor.
Great. Eleanor?
Hi, everyone. Eleanor Slamba. I do community engagement work with Red Rock Branding, as well as run my own business, Verge Arts Group. And we believe, I guess for purposes of this audience, it'd be important to note that in this competitive landscape, it's important to be to recognize what you're so unique at that you can be considered an artist at what you do, no matter the industry or the sector. Very happy to be here.
That's a great point. Thank you. So as we, and I'm Bob Bishop, I'm from Apex Consulting, and I work with growth businesses. I'm a business growth coach, and we'll talk about that a little bit more as we go forward. But as we think about the topic of how to create a business plan and adapting your business strategy, this panel met briefly on Friday, and we talked about the fact that in 2020, in the spirit of the pivots that we've had to go through, that this is actually probably in an opposite order, that we're going to talk a little bit about the adapting of the strategy first, and then on the back end, Glenn and Eleanor have a great framework model for us to think about and use for building an adaptive business strategy.
Bob, I'll just let you know, we're just seeing your preview screen here. We're not seeing your full PowerPoint slides.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go into.
I am so dark.
Okay, so are we at what is step one in updating the strategy now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for the correction. So that brings us to the question then. Step one in updating a business strategy. I'm curious what any thoughts on that with folks that are with us. Anybody want to drop something in a chat? Thinking about where we are, right? There's a lot of times that people and the businesses that they're in get into ruts, get a little stuck on dealing with things that are short-term issues, struggling with what's happening. So I'm wondering if we have any any thoughts in of what ought to be a step one in updating a strategy? What's necessary? You have anything coming in chat? Evolution. Yep. Okay. So what we were thinking as we looked at this is that step one, the most critical thing that we would see as being necessary is getting yourself unstuck from where you are, right? There's this rut situation that can become very difficult. It can become very all-consuming, and we want to try to find ways that basically we can get ourselves and get our businesses unstuck. So that's what we're going to share today. We're going to go through actually 4 different angles for getting yourself unstuck, getting yourself and your business unstuck. The first is we're going to talk about the keys to improving your thinking and what's necessary to step back from the situation and allow yourself to move forward. The second is we're going to talk about the tools that are available, and that's probably underselling it, but Joe's going to share with us a number of the ways that Connecticut local organizations have tools, techniques, sometimes financial assistance to help us get through. The third is we're going to spend some time with Marissa. We're going to talk about, we're going to hear a little bit about how others have done it, how Elm City Wellness in a time where facing a lot of headwinds has been amazingly aggressive in moving forward and keeping a vision of the future. And then third, we're going to share with the folks from Red Rock, or they're going to share with us on how you can do it, what a framework might look like that you can use to move forward. So the first thing that we're going to talk about a little is the key to improving your thinking. And what I want to share for a moment is a concept called the Stockdale paradox. It was found and written about originally by Jim Collins in his book Good to Great. And the Stockdale paradox is in relation to Admiral Stockdale. He was a prisoner of war in Vietnam and Hanoi for approximately 7 years, subject to situations and things in that period of his life that most of us probably can't even imagine. And they asked him after he got out, what was the key to his surviving and getting through strong? Because there were a lot of people that didn't make it physically and emotionally. And when he got out and they interviewed him, he said basically the key was keeping 2 things that seemed like very opposite things in mind, but actually holding them in your mind at the same time. One is that, and I'll read this, I guess, from right to left, is confronting the brutal facts, right? You've got challenges in front of you. He had serious challenges in front of him, limitations in what he was able to do. And they were serious, right? He had in many ways, he had very little power. But at the same time, as acknowledging those significant challenges, retaining the faith that you will prevail, and that in the long run, where you're headed in the longer period is still where you're going to be, and pulling those 2 things together is really important to have success in challenging times. And what I like to do when I'm working with people in businesses is start to frame things a little bit and think about it that way, and even draw a line down the center of a piece of paper like this and say, what is it that I'm most worried about, and what is it that I'm most optimistic about, and write those down. There's some power in actually writing these things down and being very specific about what are your fears, and even getting to the next level. Well, why is that a fear? Where's that coming from? What's the worst possible thing that can happen? And getting very specific with those. And that can be very powerful when you get them on paper, because sometimes you'll see that they're not quite as difficult to overcome as you may have thought, or they may not be as insurmountable as you may have thought. So it's important to get them down that way. And another way of thinking about this is a model that you've probably seen about a circle of concern versus circle of control. And I'm not going to read through all the elements on this page, but there's a circle of things that you're worried about. There's a lot of things that are coming at us. There's a lot of things that we can't control. And if we allow those things over which we have no control to consume too much of our energy and too much of our focus, it becomes very counterproductive, right? And so if we can take that circle of things that we really can control and maybe even expand it, create a bigger list, create a find other things that you can do and focus on that inner circle. It's a very empowering way to think about things. Going back to this this model, thinking about the other side, what is it that you're optimistic about? What are the things that you can really drive? What are the things that can make you stronger in the long run? And a great example I like to give of this is the London Underground. Back in 2014, they had a workers' strike that was very significant. Millions of British commuters had to basically find a significant amount of the tube was unusable due to the strike, and millions of commuters had to find new paths to work. And what they found after the strike is that somewhere between 5 and 10% of the commuters actually used the new path that they had created to work after the strike was over. They found that the path that they were taking was actually better than the one that they were using before. If it weren't for the strike, they wouldn't have been forced to find a different path, which in some cases was actually better. So there's great opportunity sometimes in these challenges to find something different and to make ourselves better. And finally, I'll just share a little bit of the framework that I use with businesses and their leaders. We think about answering questions in 4 key aspects of your organization: people, strategy, execution, and cash. And in 2020, I've pivoted that a little bit in some of these topics. People, like understanding who your people are, how they contribute to your organization, how you keep them active and engaged is still critical, and still really has changed very little. Strategy has changed in the fact that, like we're talking about today, there's a need for a lot of pivot. There's a need to be a little bit more nimble than usual. Execution has had some changes. Processes have been key. Processes have changed, but at the same time, things like communication have become even more valuable, have become more critical. Many of the most successful businesses have actually increased the frequency with which they have certain meetings, maybe not increasing the length of those meetings, but increasing the opportunity for touch points. And then also in cash, there's some opportunity there as well. Look at how cash is being managed in your business. Think about what make sure that things are priced properly for the effort and for the value that's being delivered. So there are still plenty of opportunities in 2020 and within the challenges that we have. One great thing to think about is if we go back to the Great Recession of 2008, 2009. I was doing a little research last night. Companies like Uber, Dropbox, Slack, Venmo, Instagram, Pinterest, all developed during that time, right? If we open our thinking and find ways to move forward, there's often opportunities during these turbulent times. So it's an important thing to think about. A quick, I'll share my email if anyone looking to go deeper on these conversations for your specific business, I would be glad to do that. But the next thing I want to do for purposes of today's session is move over to Joe and reintroduce Joe Williams. And Joe is, again, from the Connecticut Small Business Development Center, and I probably can't do any justice to the wide volume of offerings that Joe and his group have. Every time I spend time talking to him, I'm amazed at what's out there and what he and his group have to help smaller businesses. So with that, I want to turn over and if you want to share your screen, Joe, if you have something there, we can certainly do that. But we'd love to hear what you've got.
Yeah, I definitely want to see if I can share my screen. Where's my IT guy when I need him? Come here for a second. First and foremost, when we're talking about Unstuck, this is a book that I think every business right now needs. How to get unstuck as a business right now. Here's the author, you can see it. Barry Maltz, very good business consulting, but this is a must-have right now book that should be in every small business hand here in America. How to get unstuck. 25 different ways that a business should be looking at levels of how to get unstuck, especially in this pandemic time frame. What I want to share, if I can share you my screen, let me just come offline for a second and stop the video and trying to share my screen. I want to show that. Let me see. There we go. And here we go. That's the one I want. Can you guys see my screen? You can see my screen? Great.
Got it.
But I can't see it. Oh, okay. So SBDC, Small Business Development Center, what do we do? And how can you find us? And what resources do we have for small business right now? I've already told you we were a collaboration, been around for 40 some odd years. 39 really this year. Act of Congress put us together. The Small Business Administration, DCD, and UConn primarily are the funders of our organization. Everything that we do, all 20 advisors, it is free to you and the public as a small business owner. What we get involved in is a lot of business advising and services, financial analysis, preparing a lot of capital needs, marketing, social media, things that you really need every day as a small business. We really help you with that. But that's not what I really came to talk to you about. I really want to give you some tools that we utilize here in our office. So we provide our guidance to give you some quick snapshot of how much money and capital we've raised in the last 5 years, from 2014 to 2019, almost $300 million or so now. I think we did about 89 million this past year, just in COVID financing and other capital debt and equity financing here in the state of Connecticut. Everyone's talking about PPP. There are webinars. I just want to make that aware that there are webinars for you guys. Anyone who has a $50,000 or less PPP, there is a short form that you can fill out. You can actually contact my office or contact your bank. That form is available. It's been up about now 3 weeks or so. So just be aware of that. If you're less than $50,000, there is a shorter form to do that, but we can help you with that and walk you through that. We do have a COVID-19 Business Resource Center that is available to you. So please check that out. And I'll give you my website at the end. But truly what's happening right now in this pandemic is thinking about organizing a framework. We know that a business plan is a living, breathing document. Many of us are having to look back at that strategy of how to employ, a pivot, or what's this recovery going to look like? How are we going to reopen, and what steps that we may possibly take? The department and I and my colleagues, we actually help you through that through a strategic and methodology that we employ on a daily basis. And so a couple of things that we actually do, we have something called an adaptive business system. And I'm not going to go through everything, but you can kind of read things on the screen that we actually talk about and help you do with an adaptive approach to what's going on right now during this pandemic. And even if there wasn't a pandemic, these are something natural tools that you may utilize just for business purposes alone. And talking about that, one big document that I use is called Bottom Line, which is a pro forma modeling software. So this is banking software that was created by the government in our department to really help those businesses that are not accountants, don't have financial backgrounds. We can actually take your revenue and income and produce your balance sheet, your income statements, and all financial documents pretty much that you would need to take to a financial institution. This saves a lot of time for our clients. This is available to you. It gives you a real snapshot when you need to access capital, especially now. Most businesses should have some type of credit line established, and we help you with this. This is the tool that we utilize that will help you actually put together your financials that you would see in your business plan. The other thing, if you don't want to go through a full business planning process, but you're having problems within the we use a tool called GrowField. And what GrowField does is look at the 19 different areas of a business and pinpoint the 3 key areas that are most problematic for that company at that present time. And through these worksheets and these decision sheets, we actually work through the solving of the problem. So if I didn't have limited time or resources to do a full-blown out business plan, here's an avenue that we take an approach called GrowField of really identifying what are the 3 greatest things affecting your business from a profitability standpoint, to a marketing standpoint, whatever it may be. It's going to be under one of these 19 categories. And we examine that and we take you through these worksheets to actually pinpoint that and come up with solutions in one sitting. which is actually significant. Another thing that we get involved to is another piece of software that we have in our office is called Industrial CFO. And what Industrial CFO is, this is banking software. This takes your balance sheet and compares your company against all other companies in your industry. And it can be done by region. It is a very useful tool. It actually pinpoints the profitability, the ROI, where you're having late on accounts payable, accounts receivable coming in. This document will show you your actually threshold of your profitability of your business at the time of that balance sheet being produced. Very significant document in and of itself. And another document we use a lot, most universities throughout our country have access to this document as well, but any client of the SBDC, this document is free to you. Normally this document is $900 if you're not at a university or connected to one of the centers. This is a 37-page marketing industry insight report, which deals deep into anything going on in the Pacific industry. And I think right now it's very important in this pandemic that we really look at where we are in comparison to the rest of the industry and what's going on here in the United States. So this document, this IBIS World, and this tool is something that we use when we have to deal deep dives into market research. Where do we pivot? Where can we go? What possible opportunities are in my industry or industry that I'm thinking about going into? We use the IBIS World Report for that. And then to go along with the IBIS World Report, you can't open a business unless you really know demographics and where to spend data. So we use a report called ESRI, which is, you see on the screen, it's a report that if I want to open up, say, shop somewhere here in, say, Rock Hill or say New Haven, I want to know the median income of the residents here by a 2-mile radius. The ESRI report would actually pull that demographic data for you. So you're making more smart, informative decisions as a business owner. Something that you definitely would want to put into your business plan, especially in the market segmentation section or the marketing section of your business, as you put together your SWOT analysis. These reports, IBIS World and the ESRI report, will actually help you gather that information, as well as also the U.S. Census Bureau is another good resource for marketing demographic data. Coming soon, this is a quick snap. We will be having online versions of this because we know that we're in this pandemic. We want you to have access to webinars and things of nature. So we're working on our actual internal library here at the Connecticut Small Business Development Center. And lastly, there's over 26 locations. And our contact information, as you see on the screen, simply go to ctsbdc.com. Our phone number is listed right there. Feel free, go and register. It is free to you. Everything I've talked about is available to everyone on this call. So just feel free to contact us. We're here to help you. Bob, I guess you could take it away.
Well, thanks, Joe. Actually, and I have a question for you. Again, every time I see this, I learned something new that SBDC has to offer to local businesses. And if I'm an owner, or a manager, or someone within a local business, I mean, what's the first step? Sometimes this is overwhelming, the amount of options. I mean, what should I do first?
Well, first you should definitely register with our department. And with that, there's a series of questions that you go through, questionnaire, which is just simple, basic information. I'm telling you a little bit about your company and your actual needs. Why are you seeking help from the government? And so through that, we actually put together like a 2-page little questionnaire. It tells a little bit about your business. I would say it's the precursor, if you will, the outline to your actual business plan. Because most people come to us really seeking, I say 80% of my clients come for financing. And with that, I kind of need to know where you are as you walk in the door. And then from there, where do you want to go? And then what we tend to do through our council sessions is to fill in the blanks. That's truly that's the starting point for any small business here in the country, really, that SBDCs throughout the country. What we actually do, we evaluate, we look at your situation, we say, where do you want to go? And then we teach you how to get there and work with you.
Great, well, thank you. I'm going to try to jump back into screen sharing here. Here we go. And let's pull that up. I think we're good. So, and here is website, email, numbers, etc. for contact. And again, reach out. There's a lot of great resources that are available to all of us here. So moving on, so we've talked about how to think about things and how to change your perspective as we're dealing with the challenges of 2020. We've also talked a little bit about some of the tools available. So now I want to move on to a more of a real life story and bring Marissa on. And Marissa, when I first met you back in late spring, early summer, I believe, I was amazed that with Elm City Wellness being in a space where a lot of the restrictions were significant part of your business, that just by rule you couldn't do this, you couldn't do that. Here's another restriction, here's another barrier, and yet you were moving forward. You had a very much of a can-do attitude, and then amazingly, you were telling me about, well, we're going to open a second location at the same time, which just really blew my mind. And I want to kind of step back to that a little bit and give us a little bit of the picture from that.
Well, it's been an interesting year, and I'm grateful to have met some very interesting people over this year, you included, as a part of how we kind of pivoted, how we shifted, how we took I don't know, at the beginning, it was not, I was going to say how we took the fear of it all and transformed it into something else, but we didn't have fear at the time because it was just shock. We were in a state of shock, and we were in a place of just needing to survive. We have about 30 employees, and we needed to make sure that, and I mean, this is one of the, what I like to call like one of the vibrating centers of New Haven. Like, we're one of the places that kind of like, we're support. We're the places, we're the place where people go when the world doesn't seem right, when they have levels of fear or need to start working on things that are coming up emotionally, usually because of outside environments. And we had a big outside environmental trigger this year, and people didn't have a place to go because we had to close for 5 months. It was there, sometimes even now, there are still no words for it. But what we did was we stayed on a very skeleton crew. I have an amazing team of women who work in management and administrative and therapeutic capacities at Elm City Wellness, and a few men too. And we stayed on a skeleton crew, and we managed all of the administrative stuff that we could. We were we were about 3 weeks to 4 weeks out from opening our second location when we had to shut down in March. So that moved forward a little bit more slowly afterwards, but we still opened, and we opened in July when we reopened our other office, Elm City Wellness, like the original, the OG. So when we opened both, we had to take some steps to slowly do it. So I'll just step back a little bit. PPP was a big help, and as much as it wasn't, it's a struggle no matter what. I needed to make sure that everybody got paid. I needed to make sure that people were not struggling. We had Zoom chats with like all 30 of us. We would tear up every time we saw each other. We would have creative brainstorming ways in which we could still stay in touch with our community. And what we kind of landed on was building a separate Facebook group, interestingly, because while we all do social media, we're not all big social media people. We don't spend a lot of time on it. We're kind of like hands-on doers. So shifting into this online realm and still giving our voice, still making sure that Elm City Wellness still sounded like Elm City Wellness, which is a little bit of tongue-in-cheek, a lot of community talk, and a lot of wellness talk about self-care, how we manage during this time, and also laying it really bare about how me personally, how I'm managing it for myself, and how my staff is too. So we did all of that online. We shifted to a group format where the engagement comes far beyond the New Haven community, but the New Haven community is definitely the solid base that is making up this group. And that was intended. The intention is so that, or the intention was, and worked so that when we reopened, we'd have a community ready to welcome us back and to step in and to trust that what we were doing was basically the way Elm City Wellness always does things, like just above and beyond what needs to be done. So the level of PPE, the planning that we had to do to reopen and to keep the public informed about it was a big undertaking. And I think we did okay with it. So when we reopened, we were able to open to a client base. Our staff came back slowly. They came back at a pace that worked for us to be able to get them booked, you know, and we're still working on it. Last month, when we rolled back to phase 2, and then we re-rolled forward to phase 2.1, we were very scared for a bit because it took away our skincare for a while that we had just re-implemented for phase 3. And that's a huge part of our earnings. It was one of our ways to start digging ourselves out, to start balancing back. So when that rolled back, it was a big blow for us, which we were able to bounce forward and continue doing skincare in the end. But I will say we're going to be pretty straightforward and honest about how hard it is, and we're going to lay it out every opportunity we get. With that said, we're also going to boost any small business that comes into contact with us any way we can, because we know how hard it is, and we want to be able to like hold the hands of those around us. We're watching too many of our colleagues kind of succumb to this, and we want to kind of still be that support for the community, for the businesses around us, but we have to do it for ourselves first, because we cannot pour from an empty cup, and I will not let Elm City Wellness pour from an empty cup. So let's just say there's a lot of balls in the air right now.
Certainly sounds like it. Certainly sounds like it. And I can't help but notice as you share, right? There's a lot of talking about we, a lot of talking about your team and your people. I mean, can you share how your team has come through this and how you view the group working together?
Again, words. Sometimes like I get a little verklempt when I think about it. And those are the gratitude things that I actually must go back to daily in order to keep going forward. Our team is unreal. Like we built something solid, something that I'm super proud of what we have built. So much so that the strength of what we need right now comes through. We have, just as you said, we have protocols, we have procedures in place. These were things set up long before shutting down. Because of those, because of protocols and procedures, we were able to up our communication levels. We were able to actually learn how better to communicate in what format to do so in this time, because we're all not there. I mean, look, I'm zooming you right now from my bedroom because most of the time I'm not in the office. I'm no longer a body worker. I'm a manager of the office, and there are other managers in the office too. So I stay home and come up with the ideas. We throw spaghetti on the wall over here, and I let my managers over when they're in the office, like pluck it off or throw it back at me, and we come up with new ideas. So I can do a lot of it from here, little frustrating at times. And I do know that in order to make sure that I stay in touch with my business, I'm in there getting care. I just came from acupuncture this morning, and I'll go for massage probably next week.
Great. As I was preparing and pulling a couple of slides together in preparation for this session today, I actually, and I'll spring this on you without any preparation, but I found on your site these Spotify playlists that the one I've got here is the virtual hug on Spotify.
I love that one.
Just was struck by, right, that's such a such a thing that I would never have imagined would be something that an organization like Elm City Wellness would be providing. I mean, where do those kind of ideas come from?
We are all about community. There is nothing bigger and more important to me and to probably most of those who work at Elm City Wellness than community, and what the power of that means. Like if we, I don't know, hypothetically, if we as a community stood in a circle and held hands together, we can raise a vibration if we think in a positive way. Say we put someone in the middle of that circle, who we want to give some love to. Maybe we don't even put anybody in that circle. Maybe we just put thoughts in that circle. And we all just stand in that circle and we hold hands and we think great thoughts about that person or those people that we've all individually put in that circle. I'm not going to say that necessarily someone's going to call and say, I felt something today. Were you thinking about me? But it happens. And that's generally what we do in a bigger, more metaphorical sense. We create a community circle that is safe, that is for the community to come and heal. We're not your healers. I am my healer, but I'm not your healer. I'm not your healer, Bob, either. I'm your helper. I have some tools as a trained therapist, massage therapist. I have other colleagues with me who have trained with other tools, and they're your helpers. And so what we do is we provide this safe space, whether it be through sound, like on Spotify, whether it be through kinesthetic touch, whether it be through just straight up education on our website. If you want to learn more about CBD or acupuncture or why it's beneficial or why skincare is a big deal when done properly with the right tools, because the largest organ on your body is your skin. So we use all tools to educate. And when we have an educated community, we tend to have a community that cares a lot more about each other. So that's what we try to do. And we're part of that here in New Haven.
That's great. That's great. One more thing I'd like to circle back on is you referenced a little bit earlier your team, and you called out the women who are in leadership positions, and I know that you have a lot of involvement with women in leadership locally, and we've had some discussions. And share with us a little bit on your thinking in that area, and what having, especially with the Big Connect having a focus on women leadership this year. What can you share with us on that topic?
Women in leadership are really like the future of leadership, completely. The way in which I have observed how women work, especially when they're heard and respected, when there's actual equity, when there's real equality involved in what we do and how valuable it is, it almost becomes a non-issue. It's really a non-issue. We're literally just good leaders doing good work. And what I do is, as a business owner, as someone who didn't know what she was doing as she did it, observed it, receives the information and processes it and does this, I was able to observe that I'm not a micromanager. I delegate very well, especially when we've built a space for trust. So it's a top-down thing. I trust my staff to do what they do. There's oversight and procedures, just as any business needs to have, to make sure that we're not losing money. But what we're doing is we're not really putting money at the forefront of what is most important for the business. Of course it's important. Of course it's a part of how we survive, but it's not the most important thing. I'm not going to remember this business as how much money we earned, ever. I'm going to remember this business by how we've affected the community, because they tell us. We don't really have to ask, they tell us. So this is a big deal for us that way. I don't know. Elm City Wellness is a really special place for New Haven, and it's been built that way because of the leadership that has done that. And that's without me. This is like almost me removed. It's what we've allowed to just let circulate. Therapists have suggestions. They don't like something, we hear about it. They have no qualms. They have no issues with addressing things. And I don't know how many people have employees that don't have a problem knowing how to respectfully want to affect change and do so. And we allow space for everybody to do that, whatever gender you identify with or not. We respect any person that wants to help the community. And if they've chosen to do it with Elm City Wellness, then even better. So that's kind of the philosophy we have. And as a result, leadership works. It's just an interesting way in which we do things. Ego gets put in check a whole lot more quickly, I see. And we kind of really love working together. All those months of being apart, they were the hardest months for that reason. So when people like working together collectively, when they respect each other, when it's shown from the top and when they are fully empowered by people like me in charge, like the sky's the limit. So I'm all for whatever comes through.
Yeah. No, I think that's great. I mean, I'm one of my favorite authors is Simon Sinek, and he, talking about developing the why of a business or of any organization, and how critical that is, and how so many people will start, well, my business exists to make money, and he quickly pushes back that that's a byproduct, and that's certainly necessary for the business to be an ongoing concern. However, that's never the why of an organization, right? And it takes a little bit of careful thinking, and it takes it takes I would say forward-thinking management to be able to drive that. But your why is never about making money, and if you can get beyond that and really figure out where that is and what that means, then you can start to see some of the activities and some of the results that you're talking about.
Yeah, and that's what we get.
Great stuff.
Yeah, we're proud of what.
Well, that's great. We wish you continued success. It's exciting, again, seeing that you've expanded the organization, that you've got a second, that you're continuing to move things forward. That's really great, and I'm sure that there'll be more challenges, but I'm sure that you and your team will be up to them. So we're excited to see where things go.
Me too. Thanks, Bob.
Sure. Thank you. So again, Elm City Wellness, that's Marissa from Elm City Wellness, elmcitywellness.com, if you'd like more information about the organization or their locations. So now we're going to move on to Red Rock Branding, to Glenn and Eleanor, and they're going to share with us a framework for business development. And I think we're going to have you guys take over screen share here to move through your presentation, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay. So what we're looking for is, and what we're excited to see here is the program that allows for a business plan that is nimble in a time where that's really a critical thing.
Well, thank you for having us. Thank you for the introduction, Bob and Joe. What a great stories we heard from you, and Marissa. I was very moved by your journey and your good work and your continued community. And it's a wonder we haven't met, because we operate in many similar circles. And what a pleasure it is here to be talking today about how we can pivot through this disruption. Everyone has experienced one or more levels of disruption through this sort of zombie apocalypse. So what we thought today is that we could just share some of the work that we've been doing, some of the ideas that we have, some of the framework that we have been using with existing clients, because we found it useful, our clients have found it useful, and if we can, as Marissa said, boost all the small business community and come out of this together, then we will be in a good space. So just quickly, a little bit about Red Rock. We've been building healthy communities since 2010. We initially launched around public health and wellness, and worked a lot with Yale, Columbia, and Tulane universities around some of their public health initiatives. And really, it's a personal passion of mine and the whole team. And I will take this opportunity to welcome Eleanor Slumber, who's our Director of Community Engagement, and Ali Sordi, who is often behind the screens as our Creative Director, doing things like building this deck that we're going to be looking at today, and all the wonderful creative work that she's been doing. But, our starting point with our clients is really to better understand what their needs are. And they all have different needs. And particularly now, when we've come out of this kind of, free fall, basically, where everyone is in some state of distress, everyone has different needs. And we spend a fair bit of time trying to figure out what those needs are. So it's really like asking the questions, what keeps you up at night? What keeps your customers up at night? And really, we take that journey of empathy to figure that out before you start to waste any time on or spend any money on marketing. And we say, you know, kind of like Bob was hinting at with Simon Sinek. Simon Sinek talks about the why, and we've sort of extended that thought a little bit to say, well, it's about the purpose, and we really help organizations develop what their purpose is and articulate that in a way that it brings the team together, it brings the customers together, and it really brings the community around the brand in a way that kind of Marissa articulated quite well, I thought. So we find that getting to that sense of purpose really becomes the most robust kind of framework for any branding exercise. So like I said, we've been around for a while. We are based out of district and now remotely. And we're really enjoying the fact that we can work remotely. We've been doing it for some time, so it came as no great shock to us. And we really focus on small businesses and not-for-profits that are really looking at what they can do to build social good and create stakeholder equity in a much broader sense. So one of the frameworks that we looked at, and we looked at many, was this organization called Strategize, and they're based in Europe, and they've produced some really powerful books, documents, business frameworks that have been adopted by the global community, and we thought it's the best place to start. The first one that we worked with was the business model generator. Thank you, Eleanor, for modeling that, which has a lot of great information. And one of the most sort of powerful ones for us was, what's the value proposition? How do you design a good value proposition? And we created quite a few workshops using that platform that we've been able to deliver to all of our clients. And it's a really profound way to start because it helps them understand what is uniquely what products they deliver, and really helps us as a good starting point. But today, we're really going to be basing it on their latest publication, which is called The Invincible Company, which Eleanor has also read. She's a great student. And really that's kind of the structure of today's conversation, very kind of interactive and very much giving you some tools to think about, to not waste this crisis, to come out of this zombie apocalypse in the most profound way and in good shape. And obviously we're talking about this now because through COVID, just about everybody's value proposition has changed or is about to change because all of the customer needs have changed. And of course, there are some people that are touched by this more profoundly, particularly I'm thinking, you know, restaurants and people in the arts and entertainment have really had to shift how they continue customer engagement and what sort of products they deliver. You know, at Red Rock, we've been we've taken on quite a few new products. You know, we're doing podcasts for most of our clients now because podcasts are a really good way to, at scale, deliver communication effectively. We've been doing virtual open houses for some of our clients because it's a really good way to give people a walk and talk through the facility or the gallery or whatever it is in a way that is COVID proof. And we've also obviously become quite skilled at delivering these Zoom events because all of our clients who were previously doing live events have had to flip to that as well. So that's been a great learning experience. So everyone on this call, I'm sure, is thinking about their kind of the pivots and what they've had to shift to. And these are the kind of touch points that we'll be looking at today. So I think we, like I said, we all have a different starting point. We all have different kind of issues that we're dealing with at the moment. And at Red Rock, we've been able to pivot in some ways to meet those.
So the central thesis of this Invincible Companies book is that your company isn't just one thing that you offer. It's this living, growing kind of portfolio of projects, really, and to keep some always in the pipeline, in the form of ideas that you can pull out in response to changing circumstances. And so that we found to be a useful thing to think about and to work with our clients. So that's what we're going to present to you today, is how to do that.
So we've developed this simple survey that it's really only 8 questions, and it'll take you less than 2 minutes to do. And I think Ali's going to drop the link into the chat now. And we'd welcome you all to do it as a way to check in with yourself and give you a kind of a point score on how well prepared you are to work with this.
It's completely optional. You can do it later as well. You can tuck it away and still move on with us with the presentation. But if you like, it's a chance to just really look honestly at your business model in light of current circumstances. And that may be on we think, and you'll hear us talk about front of the house, front stage parts of the business model, and back of the house or backstage. So I'll just explain those quickly. The front would be anything that's customer facing that the customer can, or client, or however you describe that customer relationship, subscriber, member, what have you, what they can see and notice about your offering in the marketplace. Certainly that includes all the marketing and sales, but also customer service. Whereas the back of the house or the backstage parts of your business model, anyone who's walked through the business model canvas is already familiar with this, but I won't assume that's our audience, is the assets, the resources, the partnerships, the supply chain, the decisions and stuff you need to deliver your product or service to the marketplace that the customer's not typically aware of or can't see. So the questions in the inventory are grouped into those terms, and we find that to be useful kind of navigational tool to walk around inside your business model, especially as we start to tweak things and talk about potential pattern shifts.
Thank you, Eleanor, for that very eloquent delivery there. Just while you're doing that, or while you're thinking about it, I just want to share a little bit of a case study, if you like, of one of our clients. It was a large sort of John Deere dealership who had a lot of, those bright, shiny John Deere tractors out there cutting the grass. And it was a maintenance company, so they had a lot of contracts with, residential people and commercial. And we were marketing their products in a way that we're featuring the machines, the people, the fact that they'll be on time and, won't leave a mess. As you would expect, what we thought was the value proposition. But after walking through this workshop with the customers, we took time out to figure out, well, what's really in it for them? What are their pain points? What would they likely gain from hiring this company? And we found that it had nothing to do with shiny green tractors. It had nothing to do with the fact that they were on time and so on. Getting down to it was really about getting their weekend back. So it was around about gaining control of their leisure time. And it sort of a light bulb went off, because we were like, of course it is. But at that point, when we changed our messaging, then it really gained traction. And YouTube was a very critical channel in delivering those messages. We created a lot of content around how their machines work and so on, which really helped gain a lot of traction with their audience. And so, now they've got millions of views on YouTube and that kind of thing. And John Deere are very much looking at it as an authentic campaign that really sort of hit on the needs of their clients in a most authentic way. So that's just an example of one of the outcomes that we found, and we enjoy this journey because it often reveals things that you may not have thought about, and that's it's a challenge when you look at take this journey of empathy to find out what it is that which is most important. Eleanor, did you want to walk and talk us through this?
Well, if people have opened up the quiz, then they are going to see these questions. So again, have you become more important to your customers or even gained customers along this journey? This is really a chance to really get out of this inventory what you put into it, as far as being honest and taking stock of your feedback loops. How many sources of real honest data from the marketplace are you looking at on a regular basis to be able to answer these questions? So if it's hard or difficult, then that's a clue or a suggestion to work on strengthening some of the feedback loops, so that you're really able to sense what's going on. And believe it or not, we do need to start there sometimes. The backstage inventory looks at, how hard is it for others to get into your business? What sort of skills, presumably, we all have a lot invested, are the skills and technology that you've invested in your business a bar that makes it more difficult for others to get into, or not? And that can be a clue as we go forward, which kinds of pattern shifts might make sense for you to become even more adaptable. And the bottom line, as we follow through this value proposition canvas, is relates to your cost centers, your revenue streams. We say multiple streams because we like business models that are testing out new revenue streams as you're maybe relying on your core one. But as economics change and the venture capital landscape changes, again, what kind of pipeline do you have where you could pull out something new to test or to shift? And we'll get into that in a moment. So the main buckets that this quiz is going to kind of dump you unceremoniously into is, surviving, which is great, to live to die another day. There's nothing wrong with that. Thriving could be that your business is growing in light of current circumstances because things are going your way. But to be fully optimized for adaptability means to be kind of proofed or ready for different ways the wind could blow, and different ways you could shift your business model to keep that portfolio of projects robust in your under the umbrella of your business. Is there anything you wanted to add to that, Glenn?
No, I think you said it well.
Okay. All right, so let's click on through here, because this is where I can really geek out. We have limited time today, which we'll stay within and respect. But if you want to geek out more with us about business models, you're welcome to visit us after in the virtual booth. But again, there's what the Invincible Company book has done is taken a lot of brand names, a lot of businesses that we've all grown up with, and kind of abstracted them into this pattern library of kinds of businesses. And so that's cool, because you can take a pattern from, just because it's not your industry doesn't mean that there's not a useful pattern there that you could borrow from and adapt and try something out in your business. So when we say try something out, it may sound cavalier or risky, If we don't say this at the end, I'll say this now in case you miss it. We're not talking about betting the house on one grand experiment. We're talking about lots of small growth experiments where you can get feedback quickly and kind of validate to know where to continue to shift. So some pattern shifts in the kind of front of the house realm that the customers could see. One is if you're going from a niche to a mass market. TED Talk came up earlier when the Women's Power panel were asked what their favorite TED Talks were. I love one called The Danger of a Single Story. But what TED did was go from an exclusive ticketed kind of event to a real mass market. And what they had to spend in greater marketing and what they lost in any revenue that they may have lost by pushing out the content for free, they gained in greater sponsorships revenue, which is really what they decided to go after in becoming the brand known for ideas worth sharing. To get to that level of brand engagement took that kind of a shift. And so they went from there. Another front stage shift is represented by the Intel Inside campaign. If you're hidden, if you're kind of a part inside, if you're a component inside a product or service, the customer may not necessarily be aware of you, but we've seen examples where, like Gore-Tex is another, where it comes up in a number of different products, and that product can charge a premium because it includes your thing inside of it. So the microprocessors that were known for reliability had a higher price point, but Intel was able to develop a whole new marketing campaign and sign their manufacturers up to include, this laptop has Intel inside, so that the customer became aware of something that had previously been invisible. So if your product or service is kind of on the back end, you could think about a campaign like that as a possible front stage shift. Another, from low touch to high touch, is what we're seeing in the move towards concierge style services. If you rely on high tech, this is like the Apple Genius Bar. If there's anything kind of new about your technology that you might need to hold people's hand and walk through, then you can build that into your business model and also charge a premium for that. Thanks, Glenn. Backstage shifts. If your business model has gotten you greatly familiar with one particular type of material or a resource, a supply that you're intimately familiar with, you could look at other uses for that and attract whole other customer segments. Fujifilm did this based on its knowledge of collagen. And believe it or not, the way photographic film ages has a few things in common with the way human skin ages. And so a film company getting into a line of skincare is just a very, cool, but to some perhaps very unexpected shift. Another example of this is 23andMe, where you have customers on signing up to get their own genetic readings done, but in the process have this great database. And some might have some squeamishness, but there's also been some great success stories about access to the database as a way to solve particular business problems, and that becomes a whole new kind of line. From asset heavy to asset light would be if you're responsible for kind of an infrastructure. There are some mobile cell phone companies that were competing based on who had the most robust infrastructure, but Airtel, who became the third largest in India, which, if you're talking about a population the size of India, third largest is huge. decided to completely outsource the infrastructure, and so it could focus on marketing, sales, and customer service instead. So there might be some times where you can step away from being responsible for assets, the stuff, the physicality of your business, and outsource that and grow a little leaner that way. Closed to open innovation. A classic example is Microsoft purchasing GitHub, after years and years of saying it wanted to do its own R&D inside of its own proprietary castle walls. The switch came about with a switch in leadership. And this goes to the fact that culture is sometimes necessary to change in order to make some of these shifts seem, they're all possible. But whether there's the leadership will and the decision to do that is another story. So once Microsoft decided, yeah, we can externalize our R&D and have all these developers make it easier and not harder for them to work on our software, the development costs went greatly reduced, and the company was able to take advantage of this whole ecosystem of people working on their code in their spare time. So it can go the other way. I mean, there's not an inherent morality or judgment about which direction of a shift is better. In this world, there might be examples where you go from asset light to asset heavy. I mean, Disney actually did that when it decided to start opening theme parks. And I guess now we're starting to see the risk, when you have a brand from a movie company or a brand that's been developed in any kind of way and then start putting it onto, buildings and resorts and things, that's moving in the opposite direction from light to heavy. But anyway, you better click me forward here, Glenn.
No, well, there's one other example, Eleanor, your friends at Litchfield Distilleries, how they had to, well, they didn't have to, but they quite voluntarily pivoted to hand sanitizers as a product differentiation and a really good pivot into this sort of COVID market. So
thank you, of course. And we do have some more local examples to pull out in response to some of these shifts. Looking at the profit centers to go from high cost to low cost would be to basically be willing to produce a less expensive, kind of to be your own knockoff in a way, to produce a less expensive way of getting to your product or service, and then acknowledging that with scaled back marketing, kind of a very mean and lean way of doing business with your partners to make up the reduced costs in quantity. The transactional to recurring revenue is interesting because that's where you're going from taking, and massage might be a great way to do this. I think this is a model that we've seen in the world of massage, where instead of just relying on the person to think of it and purchase each time, you set them up on a plan where there's a regular recurring commitment. And then it's like, oh my gosh, I've got to schedule my massage this month. I decided one time that I wanted to do this for myself, and now I've got to show up for it. I personally love anything that involves a kind of management of, like call me and tell me it's time to get my hair cut. It's like that kind of assistance is something that people are going for. And even some restaurants are signing up subscribers. Be among the first to try the new season's menus, and you could even build that into getting feedback so that your decisions about the next season's menu are based on what your kind of inner circle has to offer. Conventional to contrarian, a contrarian business model is where that some of the things you offer are valuable to customers and they are willing to pay for it, but you just want to pare down and just do fewer things. And so that may mean disappointing some of your customers because you're just going to isolate down to, one or two core things. And it's just a way of simplifying it. It's, we can spend more time going over this in our question and answer time. I can give you some examples, but I think that Apple has been known to behave this way in the iMac world, kind of stripping things down to the bare minimum. So the value proposition shifts from a product to a recurring service. That's similar to what we just said about services such as massage to get people to subscribe or commit to just doing something on a regular basis, except you're going from a purchase of a product to doing the same thing. And Rolls-Royce actually with its jet engines didn't just sell the jet engine, they sold like a lifetime care and maintenance that would include all the service components. And again, if you're relieving people of a cognitive burden, that can really fill a need, especially in these challenging times. It's a value add that people can't even articulate, but it just gives them that, if you're going to take care of something around a purchase that they're making in a new way. So that might be something to explore. And the low tech to high tech, the Netflix is the classic example. Those of us who remember the red envelopes that would arrive of DVDs in our mailbox are of a certain age. But when that faded away and went to the pure streaming, that was a business model shift and decision. And then sales to platform, you're really becoming the one engaging a community so that people who use your product or service can find each other, can compare best practices, can share ideas with each other, and convening in one form or another can become important to your business model. So all of these can be chances to play around. And of course, none of these are unidimensional. There's a lot of moving parts. But when you know what you're testing and you can get rapid feedback, that's the goal. You want to learn as fast as you can, especially when resources are finite, definitely not infinite. So, we look at adaptability as kind of being on this cycle of being able to step back and look at your business almost like, we do believe in science and the scientific method. And so you're sensing, you're getting data, you're looking at evidence of what that people value what you're doing and or not, and looking at those disruptions honestly, you can decide how to respond. You can set up an experiment or a hypothesis, even in the most challenging times, to see whether you can rein in what you're doing to best advantage given the circumstances in the marketplace. And then if you are able to surround yourself and be a cultural leader in that doing that is important on a regular basis, then you're kind of always doing that, like getting that portfolio of ideas in motion and pulling things out of the pipeline to test, having an environment where people can feel free to make suggestions and to help with all of that. And that's the optimizing. So where there can be various scenarios that may come about and you have not bet the whole farm on just one. So your success and adaptability doesn't depend on the world going your way, because life is what happens when we're busy making plans. I mean, plans are certainly valuable. It's the conversations that go into making the plans is probably the most valuable of all. I'm going to turn it back to you now, Glenn, since everyone's been wonderful to listen to all of this.
Thanks, Eleanor. It's interesting to listen to all of those great case studies, which I think most of us are sort of familiar with. And the reality is that they took years to pass. And the COVID reality is, as we know, quite different. But the good news is that we're able to all change quite quickly and dramatically in how we live and communicate. And in many cases, earn our money. So it's fascinating just to look at those changes over many years and what we as a community have traveled together in an accelerated way over the last 6 months. So we're here to help you. We're, like Marissa said, small business really drives the community. It keeps the community together. And we have been doing this work for 10 years, and it's great to sit back and think about some of the journeys that we've gone with our clients. We're a great small team, and we really have cultivated many relationships with a lot of small businesses in and around this community, including that of the Chamber. I have a few different roles at the Chamber, and the Chamber membership has been a tremendous sort of bridge building place for me to be, as I'm sure it is for most of the other people on this call. I'm also the Executive Director of Conscious Capitalism, where we've been able to bring the idea that business can be a tremendous change agent through the state as well. So I'm just grateful to have been here and to have had your attention for the last 45 minutes. And we do have a virtual booth at the event, and we're also going to set up a Zoom room. I think Ali's going to drop that in the chat now, where we can flip from this sort of webinar presentation mode into a Zoom room that has a little more where we can see you, number one, that's most important, and we can have probably a more intimate conversation about where you're at, how we can work together, and build a healthy brand. So Bob, I might pass it back to you if you don't mind, and we can just get it across the line. So thank you all for coming.
Great. Well, again, thank you, Glenn and Eleanor. This is a great wrap up to give us a full circle of ideas and concepts and thinking for the pivoting that's necessary to deal with 2020. And I want to make sure that we get, I don't have it in front of me, but there we go, the directions to get to your to either the virtual booth or the Zoom room. Looks like it just showed up on chat. And then your virtual booth, do we have that?
We can head everyone over there that wants to, and thanks for putting on this presentation. Glenn, Eleanor, Joe, yourself, Marissa, we really appreciate it. Very timely information, and I do want to say to Glenn's, as he mentioned, has been the chair of our Big Connect Expo committee for the last 2 years, and Glenn, we really do appreciate all of your hard work on this, the entire team. It's great to see all of this actually coming together, and it's been smooth for the first 2 days so far, and so we hope for 2 more smooth days as well. So just to wrap things up, I'll say if you want to join Eleanor and Glenn, and I'm not sure if Bob and Joe, Marissa, they may be able to navigate over there too. The Zoom room is open. This is our Zoom networking rooms, and you can head over there for more detailed conversation. As Glenn was saying, you'll be able to see each other and can have a lot more interaction. So that will be open over in the Zoom room, and it is in the chat, and we'll post it one more time if you don't see it there. But the way to get over there, the link will be in the chat. And now I want to, we have one video that we wanted to share with you. We have been going through this process and talking about our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Awards. And so I want to take some time to recognize another business that we've been working with here at the Chamber and that our Diversity and Inclusion Council has been talking with. The role of the Diversity and Inclusion Council of the Greater New Haven Chamber is to assist our business partners in serving a wide-ranging customer base, increasing economic success for all. We recognize the value and strength and competitive edge our region possesses within our diverse community, and I think you heard that in this morning's presentation if you were around for that. So during this expo, the D&I Council is honoring 4 minority-owned businesses and organizations for their continuing demonstrated commitment to the New Haven region. Their dedication, resilience, growth, and documented success helps advance our mission of creating a better future for all people in our community. Rayanne Truson, our Director of Membership Services, is here now to introduce Devon Kennedy, Elephant in the Room Boxing. Right. And it's coming up. Here he is.
With our great conversations here at the Big Connect Expo 2020, Perfect Vision, to see a Minority Business Award winners. And we have another great winner to talk with today for her tremendous efforts on behalf of our community. And the Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce Diversity Inclusion Council has bestowed this award to Devon Kennedy, an Elephant in the Room Boxing. Devon is joining us here as part of our expo. Devon, congratulations on behalf of the New Haven Chamber of Commerce, Diversity Inclusion Council, and the whole community who has a tremendous respect for what you've done with Elephant in the Room.
Thank you so much, Ray. What an honor. I'm super excited about this, our board and our children in our program. Thank you so much, and thank the Commerce for this nomination.
Well, your commitment to the community, the kids, all ages actually, is remarkable. How did you get started? Because this isn't something that everybody does. You're a boxer yourself, and you decided to take your skills and show the community what you've been doing.
Well, Ray, it's been a long course. I started out, just as sort of like a fitness, type of outlet. And, because I was always a bit overweight, and for me, it was about, finding something that I can have fun doing and also have it be great for my health and weight loss and things like that. So my initial idea was not to, try this thing competitively, but I did, and I did very well. And most times most people who come to our gym is typically for a fitness type outlet. But I actually ended up competing in the Women's First World Games. And I was actually the only gold medal winner in the Women's First World Games. And that was an amazing time in my life. And I wouldn't change it for nothing in the world. And I continue to compete on an international level. I've traveled all over the world, and it's been an amazing outlet for me. And I just want to share that with our youngsters and our community and beyond.
Well, I think your personal success is translated into the faces of the people that we're showing our viewers here right now when they step into the ring. And we're toasting you here, as you can see, but we're toasting
Thank you.
For the effect that you've had with the Elephant in the Room Boxing Club. Let's talk about the kids. It's kind of poignant, but some kids are challenged and they're struggling in life, and you brought them in and mentored them.
Yeah, so where we're located, we're in the Newhartville area of New Haven. And in that particular area, there is minimum, and when I say minimum, outlets, recreation, rec halls, anything. There's not one thing in this particular area for these children except the gym. There was a rec center that was shut down probably more than 15 years ago, and it's just being rebuilt for the children, and that's the Q House on Dixwell Avenue. So these kids in this area haven't had very much in regards to somewhere to go, somewhere to keep their energy and keep them off the streets and out of trouble. So that's the idea behind this gym, is to sort of bring them, provide a safe haven for these children in this area. This is an area that has had its issues with crime and vandalism and gun violence and things like that. So this is a very, very important organization. My goal, we've been there 10 years. We're going on 11 years in this community, and we just love it over there. And I'm just so proud of how far we've come along with the community in that area.
Well, you've done a remarkable job with Elephant in the Room Boxing, and we'd love to just have you tell everybody how they can learn more about your program, how they can do it for their children, for themselves. You take adults, we've seen the pictures, and teens as well. How can
Yes.
they contact you and learn a little bit more?
So we have our website is eirboxing.org. They can reach out to us via the website. We also have a Facebook page, Elephant in the Room Boxing Club on Facebook, and we have Instagram as well. A lot of our most people, because it's such a small neighborhood, some people just walk in, and we like that too. We like people to just come on by. We're community based, and our idea is to open up our gym to everyone. We actually train children from 8 years old and up. We've had members who are in wheelchairs, and we reach out to the disabled. This boxing can actually serve any and everybody, and we do that. We will modify the program to suit our children who may have autism, ADHD, all those things that we know exist, and that is the elephant in the room.
A boxer, a winner, resilient, your achievement, your innovation. On behalf of the Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce, the Diversity Inclusion Council, thanks again, Devon Kennedy, Elephant in the Room Boxing. Congratulations again on your award.
Thank you so much. And I would like to take this moment to thank my board and all our supporters who have been alongside us through this journey. And thank you again.
And that was awesome. Congratulations to Devon, and thank you, Ray, for bringing us that presentation. Great to hear about the work that she is doing in the community. Well, we've reached the end. It's the end of day 2 at the Big Connect presented by Comcast Business. Hard to believe it's been a great day of speakers, panels. I understand there's been a lot of great activity connecting on the Whova app, and then also in the web networking room, the Zoom networking room. So thank you to everyone who's made this a great day. Now, we still have 2 more days of programming to bring to you. So tomorrow morning, start early with us at 8 a.m. We're going to have the nonprofit awards and graduate school grant presentations. Then our keynote speaker is Bill Strickland, and Hope is the Cure for Cancer of the Human Spirit. That is going to be an excellent discussion. We've heard Bill speak. Great message that he's going to be bringing us tomorrow morning. At 10 o'clock, we're talking about advanced manufacturing, and we have a very strong panel of the new face of manufacturing. Commissioner Katie Dykes will join us at 11. And then right at noon, we're going to be talking about the growing biotech industry right here in the New Haven region. We have a panel of corporate experts who will tell us what's going on inside their companies and why they believe in New Haven. So again, another great day of opportunities. Tomorrow, all presented by AMS Practice Management, and the Big Connect, again, presented by Comcast Business. So please make sure you join us. Tell your friends. If you had a great time today, post on social media, let people know. The more people who are in the Whova app, the more connections that can be made, the better it is for everyone. And again, no cost to attend. Please make sure you're visiting our exhibitors. Again, the Foxwoods Resort Casino Prize, you can enter to win by going to one of the booths and making sure that you like one of their offers, that you get in a chat discussion, and that you engage with the vendor. So great opportunity to be able to win that. We've had another great day, and we really do look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you to everyone who helped put on today's programming. And again, a big thank you to the Big Connect Steering Committee. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow morning at the Big Connect.